Good morning, ladies, gents, and everybody else in between. Welcome to Juniors Draft number 6, as presented by Under Pressure. I am your host, Sapph. I'm also here with Thoma, and on the production desk we have Elemental. Thoma, how are you doing this morning?
Oh, Sapph, you know, I am having a great time here this morning with Juniors Draft. We've been going, been in the trenches a little bit in the TO side of things, but now it's up and running and we are ready to go. I'm so excited here, Sapph. Our first teams that we're going to be seeing, Default Dancers versus Vintage Vipers. And now, hey, Sapph, I'm not gonna be, I can't think, I gotta have a little bit of bias. As TOs, we were all assigned some groups, and the Vintage Vipers, they're my little guys. I remember they were like so excited coming in. They made their logo. I was like, this is fire. And so I'm like, okay, come on. I saw the matches. I'm like, these guys, I gotta cheer for them, Sapph.
This would be a really fun opportunity to coach for any of you that have the coaching bug out there. This would be probably the opportunity to do it, especially with folks that are really unfamiliar with how some comp stuff works. Now, if you've never been to Juniors Draft before, this is the lowest of the low-level tournament, as you would like to call it. But I mean, really, does your individual score in your solo queuing manner, does that really count for anything? I don't know. I guess maybe it does. I guess it does for Juniors Draft. So I believe, Thoma, you have to be, I believe, maximum A+. I don't even think you can be S.
Yeah,
you can't even be S here.
You can't be S, yeah. You gotta, and you can't have X rank or Calix or anything. So this is like, you just picked up Splatoon and you're like, hey, this game's pretty cool. I think I want to like dip my toes into the competitive scene. This is your tournament to start at for sure.
Oh, anyways, looking on ahead here. We have a lot of folks that are a little inexperienced participating in the tournament today, which is really exciting because this is always, I feel like, a good way to kind of dip your toe and get a taste into what competitive is like, but also maybe seeing some weapons that are untraditional. Maybe no Zuka. Possibly Pencil. I don't think we know who she is at this point. Maybe we do, but we just refuse to maybe stoop to her level. So a lot of unique things here that can come out of Juniors Drafts that we've seen before. So I'm really excited to invite some folks back, and that Elemental keeps doing this for us.
Yeah, Elemental is giving us quality content with this tournament. Because I mean, I remember last time, I think there was a team called like Thunderstorm, and I think they ran quad Splatana. I was like, that wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting Undercover, and like just these like crazy things will come out. Lots of different fun comps that you see, and like you said, it's not the meta. And of course, we have Worlds going on. So if you're big into the meta that's going on over there, but I think it's fun to see kind of what cooks up here in these low levels, and where people aren't as concerned about, hey, we gotta have this cooler because what are we gonna do without cooler? It's not about that. It's like, hey, I like this weapon's fun, I'm gonna play that, and I love to see that kind of mentality with it.
And everybody starts somewhere, and I feel like that's where we all start. We all start in the comfort zone of, hey, you know what, this weapon works for me, this fits my playstyle, this is something that I want to pick up and keep developing and making better. So that is really helpful. And then when you develop those skills with that weapon, you kind of get to move forward into more advanced gameplay and maybe with more advanced players, and then you kind of go above and beyond and maybe learn a few things and move forward. So that's really exciting to think about and really exciting to look forward to, especially as you get develop your skills as a player.
Yeah, and I mean, definitely developing their skills is what they're aiming to do here. Kind of like we've said before, this is like lowest low level. It's going to be kind of these people's first experience. And Sapph, I can speak as, a TO kind of throughout the scene, especially looking at my other low level tournaments like FTIU. We do see people who get their start here in Juniors Draft and then continue to be like, hey, that was like really fun. I want to continue to try this out. And we've seen Juniors teams come through FTIU, through LSL, and they'll stick together, and it's really cool to see that they're introduced to the scene through this tournament.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up because it's always a really great relationship building tool. Because you're right, maybe some of these folks have never met before that come and play in Juniors Draft, and that gives them kind of a sense of what the camaraderie is like, and maybe, hey, like, if I want to move forward with a team and develop my skills in a team sense, what does that look like, and how do I fit into the team dynamic, and where do my skills help out in that aspect? So I think that's a really great point to bring up.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. This is a community that's really fun, really accepting. I think, we've got a lot of, younger, very excited, people coming in that want to get involved, and it's a great first step. We see now we got Default Dancers versus Vintage Vipers here. Got two lovely, I love to see the logos that these teams come up with, Sapph, because remember, they kind of get thrown together in a week. They're like, a week before this tournament, it's like, here's your team, come up with your name if you don't like your default name, and then you gotta throw some stuff together. And the Vintage Vipers cassette tape, it's even got like a little bit harder to see since it's so small. It's even got like a viper down on it. I was like, oh my god, this is fire when they threw that in their team chat.
Yeah, I like that there's kind of the shape of a squid on the cassette tape as well, and then on the above on Default Dancers you have Marie doing some sort of movement. I don't even know. Can I do that with my arms? I'm trying to
testing it out now in my chair.
Yeah, me too.
We're not
me too.
on webcams, but I'm trying it right now.
I like the back step that she's doing as well.
So true. I know she's definitely a better dancer than I could be. I mean, I may not be a good dancer, but we'll see if they can pull out. Maybe those dance moves will help their kind of movement here on the field. Sapph.
Between the two of us, Thoma, if you had to pick, who is Callie and who is Marie? If you had to tag us.
Oh, that's such a. I feel like I have to say that I'm like Marie and you're Callie, because I feel like with all the TOing, like I'm the more like in the background, like calculated one, and you're like the super fun, energetic out there one.
Okay, I'll take that. I liked that answer a lot. Thank you. All right, going into our first round of Swiss, Default Dancers versus Vintage Vipers. Up at the top of the screen. I love to see it. There's already an arrow spray. There's a different kind of ad zap, a different flavor of zap, but there's also a lot of rain on the side of Default Dancers.
Oh my gosh, yeah, too. And like you said, we aren't seeing that meta, we aren't seeing that pencil. Who is she here? I love to see the CJ coming out, trying to get it there, but unfortunately gonna go down here as they're fighting out for this zone. And look, this blue coming across, and they're gonna be able to find the guy here with Vipers. And now it's jumps, strikes, rain, just specials being thrown everywhere left and right.
Yeah, and I like the follow-up coming out from the rain, although not enough for the Vipers to not take the zone, especially with the Booyah Bomb coming out as well. So many reclaim specials coming out from the Vipers and giving the Default Dancers definitely a run for their money there. However, the lead being flipped with 3 members going down, Default Dancers are going to take full opportunity to push forward here and try to claim and cut off access to this right-hand side. As you can see, Clueless is trying to throw down something and just prevent that timer from going any forward. Just trying to push the zone into a neutral state here. But when you have somebody on the bucket like Blurple taking up the stack and not really having anywhere to push forward and try to get back in there, you are going to cause yourself to waste some time, as we're almost down to the 30 mark for Default Dancers.
Yeah, well actually right now this is the Vipers on the yellow team that are holding this down. Had our teams a little bit backwards now, and it looks like Default Dancers though is going to be able to break in there with that Booyah Bomb, trying to get the zone cap, but not quite going to be able to do so. 2 live trying to hold this zone for Vintage Vipers as this timer is running out, getting the pick onto the carbon. Vintage Vipers going to be able to close that off and take game 1.
Very nice.
Oh.
So we got the Default Dancers are victorious here. We got the colors mixed up, but we have confirmed Default Dancers.
Wait, this is Vintage Viper. I'm looking at my team rosters on Battlefight right now. This is Vintage Vipers.
Wait.
This is
Wait.
Default Dancers is Clueless, I can't pronounce all these names. Frankie, but yeah, Vintage Vipers has Blurple and Rocket and Toast.
Okay, then Vintage Vipers is victorious in that first round.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, we got it. Vintage Vipers, Vintage Vipers were the winners of that first round. So, I liked what they did with reclaiming the right stack. I mean, Default Dancers did not really have a leg to stand on once they lost that positioning. Blurple, using a bucket, was so far forward and just hucking ink over into that little street area below. And so that's a really important position to be taken. And if you're Default Dancers, they were having a hard time trying to get back in there. So, well played by Vintage Vipers.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing here on map 2 on Scorch Gorge.
Well, Default Dancers had a lot of range. They had a lot of range on their side. However, I think the aggression from Vintage Vipers was definitely the thorn in the side. So maybe, how do you want to change that up? And I know that there was a carbon roller in the fray in there somewhere, but I can't recall who was who.
Yeah, I'm still, these are all new players. They're new players we haven't seen around before. So still trying some names to some weapons. But I really did like what I saw there out of a lot of them. And I know what I really liked. I liked Blurple's Tri-Slosher. I believe that was Blurple. I'm going to be so embarrassed if that's incorrect. But I think that worked out really, really well for them on a map like Makomart. And I think that Scorch Gorge, honestly, it's still a really good choice. You can kind of poke under their snipe and ledges, and there's a lot of room for it to kind of work and play around.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the ultimate force, especially if you can't really handle someone being that far into your side of the map. Like, if someone can get there really quickly and you don't know how to combat it right away, that can be really tough. And I think Blurple did exactly that with taking the proper positioning and not really allowing any entrance by default dancers. With something like Scorch Gorge, that could be done a lot differently. There's a lot more openness to the map, and I feel like maybe the long range that default dancers was trying to go with the double rain that they had in their pocket could be useful here. And especially with trying to maybe displace some folks and force some folks to another side of the map and trying to pigeonhole them into a really unideal situation. So, I mean, who's to say what they want to try to do?
Yeah, and like we say, Sapph, a lot of the times these opening games are trying to figure stuff out, trying to figure out what works for them. And I think that's especially true for when these are kind of their first tournaments. And not only are they trying to figure out, some of them haven't had the chance to even practice together really as a team all that much. So especially throughout these first few rounds, we're going to see these teams slowly trying to find their footing. But we do see some weapon changes coming out. Notably, I really like to see the Anaki Nova here. Really good, consistent jet weapon. And the Paintbrush, I think, is one that can be really fun as well.
I definitely agree with you there. The range that the Paintbrush has can be really brutal to fight against, especially if the range that you're fighting against doesn't really have much firepower. So something to be looking out for, definitely, if you are the Blob and or the Anaki Nova. But, I mean, with the amount of ricocheting the Blob can do, you also got to be really cautious of that. But already, look at that. Blurple is in the fray trying to pick a fight with the Paintbrush user, but they end up going down as two folks from default dancers take the top middle section there, but going down themselves to the triple ink strike. So really just a firefight happening on this top pedestal in mid here as the jumps are coming in, but in an unideal fashion as two members go down once again. And it looks like the first basket break almost just within inches going to be had by default dancers.
Yeah, Blurple was able to just stop that right at the correct time, and just they're defending that power clam, not letting default dancers back in to be able to get it. Now you've got this Paintbrush, the last one left, just trying to back up for default dancers. They do have another power clam online. You can see they're not ready to give up just yet. They do find one pick, but unfortunately go down. And as we say all the time, Sapph, it kind of just becomes, a team deathmatch here until you can find the right picks and find the right clam economy to get moving forward, and neither team has really had that opportunity so far.
Yeah, and I hope they're being cautious here of knowing that they have the target on their back with holding those two power clams there. The Booyah Bomb going to come down and provide a little bit of defensive pressure here, but just not quite enough for anything to take momentum as three members of default dancers go down. The defense done by Vintage Vipers has been really great here as they now have a power clam of their own with triple ink strike coming out to try to open up this basket area. And now finally our first basket break at 2 minutes into the game here. Plenty of follow-up from the Vintage Vipers as well, with two members of default dancers continuing to be going down, making it 3 with Clueless also down for the count here. Still continuing to throw clams in there, holding that basket space open as best as they can. I mean, Thoma, it looks like the dancers are struggling to try to find any space on the floor here.
Yeah, and right now Vintage Viper's doing a great job too. Just they were keeping that basket open. You saw that they were just throwing a few clams at a time, waiting for their teammates to get back in. But I think that Booyah Bomb stalled it out just long enough for default dancers to finally get that basket to close. Now they have a little bit more ground to work with here. You can already see that they're trying to pressure Blurple up there, but Blurple finds another great pick. They're going to be dropping this clam. Don't want their location exposed quite yet as they try to take control of this top mid area. The Booyah Bomb online to try to get them some pressure in, but they've got to watch out for the blob there, and they do pick it off. Now 2 down for Vintage Vipers. This could be a very disastrous situation as we're going to see a clam dunk go in for default dancers.
Looking at the follow-up, though, here, look at the Inkjet coming around the corner, taking so much pressure away from that basket area. You had the Aerospray and you had Clueless, full attention onto the Inkjet there. Not really able to get enough clams in. We're going to go down to the 71 mark, but not much else to follow up with, as we are a minute and some change left into this game here. The bout from Default Dancers now being over. You can see Vintage Vipers pushing forward as those tri-strikes come out. They do manage to hold mid for themselves here. No power clams online, though, as we do see that their economy is at 8 and 12 to be had by the Dancers, but no power clam to be formed here, as they're just trying to defend the basket opening here. As you can see with that wave break coming out, that they are forced to retreat. So the Default Dancers got to do something here, Thoma. They now have a power clam online. They do need to make sure that they can push forward here, but not by themselves, as they have no space to work within mid.
No, they do not. And right now, just look at all this blue online for Vintage Vipers. They are not giving up any space. And they don't really feel a need to have to push forward too hard right now, because this map is pretty large. You have to work your way through mid, and that's going to be quite hard to do with all this blue paint being laid down. Default Dancers needs to move fast and start finding some picks. They do have 2 specials online to try to work with it. And there goes 2 members of Vintage Vipers. The recall in the Inkjet leaves it vulnerable, but they weren't quite able to find it. And Vintage Vipers is still going to somehow find that basket opening. It does look like they don't have too much to follow up here with, though, so it is going to give a power clam online for Default Dancers, which is going to guarantee them at least 1 overtime play, Sapph, but they need to get this clam economy in their favor right now. They do have members forward, but is it going to be fast enough?
Yeah, the trade with the Inkjet was really big there, and actually crucial. That forced Edkey here to have to put so much ink on the ground in order to push forward. So the power clam for Default Dancers now being online. They do have a second one to follow up. So much spray, though, of blue coming out from the Vintage Vipers here, as they are defending their clam basket as best as they can. And that is going to be the game, Thoma, as the last member of the Dancers has fallen with their power clam so close to the basket. Not even close enough, I don't think, to even make a pop if they were to throw it. So well played by the Vintage Vipers once again, taking us into a 2-0.
Absolutely, Sapph, but I do believe this is play all 3. I'm going to be very embarrassed as the TO right now if it is not play all 3. Yes, it is. I was like, let me confirm this. I was like, I'm going to seem so silly, but they do have an opportunity to get another point on the board. Right here, you see that Booyah Bomb coming out. That jump was unfortunate. The brush just in the wrong space for them to be able to deliver that power clam to the basket. And Frankie here trying to get up through the end, but unfortunately just isn't enough. Vintage Vipers had a really, really solid defense that entire match, especially Blurple, who kind of would just sit there and wait for them to come into range and then would just rain that Tri-Slosher down on them.
Yep, and so that leads us into Humpback Pump Track as the next round and map number 3 in this set that we have between the Dancers and the Vipers. I mean, the Dancers put up quite a bit more of a fight on this second game. A totally different team from the first game to the second game, might I add. So I'm excited to see how is that also going to change in game 3 and what is going to be adjusted going into game 3, especially because, I mean, within just 2 games, that was a pretty dramatic shift in how the Dancers handled the pressure from the Vipers.
Absolutely, and I think I'd like to see out of the Default Dancers that they had a lot of aggression, Sapph. You saw, especially in those opening moments where they had multiple power clams online, that they were just pushing hard into Vintage Vipers territory, trying to get those picks. Unfortunately, they did go in Vintage Vipers' favor, but you know, that's sometimes just how the cards fall. But that aggression is absolutely necessary, especially I think on a map like Humpback Pump Track, where you need to get in front of that objective and get space cleared. So I think that could potentially work out well for them if they keep that kind of forward momentum going.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And I think with a map like Humpback as well, if you have that familiarity from the second game, you know that this map hasn't really changed much at all, depending on what game mode you're using. Obviously, Rainmaker aside, a lot of the stuff here hasn't really changed. So if you also have that that ancestral Splatoon 2 knowledge up your sleeve, I feel like this can also be a really easy fight to be had. And because I mean, there are folks that did play a lot like very casually in Splatoon 2 that do come into Splatoon 3 and play the same way and don't really get into competitive until now. You know, everybody's journey starts at a different time. So it's going to be cool to see who is going to kind of take that knowledge and use it here and who might not. And so I think, look at this. I think Blurple is changing it up on us with their bucket choice here.
Yeah, actually.
Actually.
Blurp's a roller now, Sapph. Wow.
What a difference.
I love to see kind of people who can flex, and we'll see if Blurple can keep up that same really good pressure. We see Default Dancer's going to try and go for early Rain Pop, get it up, but don't really find too much of a push here. Now Vintage Vipers has a lot of space to work with, and Blurple just looking at these jumps and going to be picking them off as they come in.
They were so close to get those two members of Default Dancers, but just not quite close enough to make contact. They're able to get one of them finally in the wipeout scenario. The Vipers are in a great position here to respond with this Rainmaker as they mosey on over to that first checkpoint and take it uncontested.
Yeah, there he goes, and now they're going to have to begin that forward battle into the base of Default Dancers. There's our Biker Jelly going by, and it looks like Default Dancers is going to swoop back in from behind, pick up the Rainmaker, going to force it to, go back into its shield and kind of stall out Vintage Vipers for a little bit longer, but not too long, as you can already see. They've got that Rainmaker back online. They've got the bubble to provide some protection, and these strikes are going to lead a way forward for them. Toast trying to move forward, but the roller going to drop down there, slowing things down even further. They just need to push forward. Here you go, Sapph. See, there's a straight line painted there for the basket, for the podium, and they're going to be able to find it.
It is where the basket would be if the circumstances were different. So, well, I'll take it. But well done by Vintage Vipers. A 3-0 in their first round of Swiss here. That's got to feel good, Thoma, as a good way to start.
Absolutely, it does for them. And, I think on the other side, too, I definitely noticed that you're seeing more confidence out of Default Dancers right now. Look at Blurple, just getting an excellent pick there. I think Blurple has been a key player for them in their aggression, just going and carving pass forward, looking at jumps, and even on their defense has been really solid at just kind of being positioned in the right places. And here you kind of see, again, they turn around, they help out their team. They're not going to leave that Rainmaker all alone. And I like how Toast kind of waited for the right moment, Sapph. If they had gone any further, any more recklessly, I think that push would have been stopped. You may have seen, a lot longer match play out.
Yeah, they definitely played that how they should have, and it led them to victory, and a 3-0 victory at that. So good momentum going into this one for Vintage Vipers and heading into their next round. But for Thoma, for us, we are also going to be moving into the next round. So that is exciting for us as we continue on Juniors Draft number 6. But before we do that, we are going to take a brief pause and take a break. So don't go anywhere. If you need to go get a snack, head to the bathroom, what have you, please do those things. However, Juniors Draft number 6 by Under Pressure is not going anywhere. So we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in a S-side club outfit. She ignored me the entire time and hung all over my husband, boyfriend at the time. She kept recalling tales of him when they were little and how close they were. She'd kiss him on the cheek, hug him, and touched his arm with laughter. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she had a crush on me, but the way she was acting looked like she was the girlfriend and not me. She was going around reminding / telling everyone that he used to say he never wanted to have kids, but now he's playing daddy with my daughter. One of my friends said she thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his mom photos were when he did print work back in college, and her favorite photo was of him at a beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people was that he had never dated anyone of color before, and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to her. She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting our peace. I'm currently pregnant, and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk for going into labor early, like I did with my other two children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and it was okay if she brought her new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our marriage. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and described a close relationship when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because, again, he used to say he never wanted kids or get married. She then asked if he thought about her all this time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged it. He said he didn't doubt my theory. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could cuddle and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since then has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings and they all hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and his new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's been in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin our day with her theatrics. So am I the a-hole for wanting to uninvite her to the baby shower? Am I the a-hole if I uninvite my sister-in-law who's in love with my husband? My husband and I met each other at Ski Lodge 9 years ago. I was with my young daughter and female friend at the time. My husband was with his 2 brothers and 3 sisters and 2 friends. There was a singing competition and both of us were set up by a friend of mine. Sparks flew during our duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law as disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to chat. His little sister, Tina, who was adopted first, came storming up to us and demanded to come back. She never looked at me in wise when he shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's friends and walked them out to stay on the stage with the family. Fast forward to when we bought a house. I had my story and invited family and sister. Tina showed up and asked that club out. She ignored me the entire time and all over my husband, boyfriend. She kept her calling kids and I went to little and how close they were. She kissed him on the cheek, hugged him, and touched his arm. She was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she was aggressive, but the way she was acting looked like she was a girlfriend and not me. She was going around reminding / telling everyone that he used to say he never wanted my kids, but now he's playing daddy with my daughter. One of my friends said he thought Tina was weird for talking about how hot his mom's photos were when he did print work back in college, and her favorite photo was of him at the beach in Hawaii during a family vacation a few years back. The most bizarre thing she told a few people is that never dated a woman of color before, and now all of a sudden he's in love. It's only bizarre to me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go south at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to the restroom. Their dad went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wasn't going to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for years. I wish nothing but the best. I don't know what kind of issues she's going through, but I don't want her disrupting the peace. I'm currently pregnant and our baby shower is at the end of this month. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk of going into labor early, like I did with my other two children. My mother-in-law called to RSVP and stated Tina would be riding with them and it was okay if she brought a new boyfriend. I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's in, but I know in my gut that she's ready to ruin our day. So I might be able to invite her to the baby shower. Might be able to invite my sister-in-law to the mom. My husband and I met each other at a ski lodge earlier. I was with my young daughter, female friend, and a child. My husband was with his two brothers and three sisters and three friends. There was a singing competition with local business set up by our friends in the area. Sparks flew during our duet in the justice system. This was the first time I called my sister-in-law was heard in the neighborhood. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up over to demanded to come back to the theater. She never looked at me in the eye and shut down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's ring and walked them out to go to the stage with friends. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a housewarming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in full size size. She ignored me the entire went to check on her and then drove her home. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated her behavior to jealousy because she never had healthy relationships. After that tantrum, she skipped our wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that we attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she didn't want to show up. She had some sort of mental breakdown and didn't have to. I wish nothing bad happened. I don't know what kind of relation she's going through, but I don't want to disrupt her. I'm currently pregnant on our baby shower at the end of this month. I'm having to do my school because I'm listening.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Junior's Draft. My name is Thoma, here again with Sapph. We're getting ready for round 2 of our Swift stage. We've got Bad Bames versus Illiterate Alliteration. This is going to be a little bit of a tongue twister match, I think, Sapph.
Like that illiterate alliteration is IA.
Yeah, it's not II. Which
not
is,
II.
But
IA.
Yeah.
And then the
Bad
reverse
Bames
AI.
is alliteration. That's BB. Yeah.
BB.
Kind of
Okay.
ironic that you got the alliteration on the Bad Bames side.
I appreciated that moment we just had. Okay, anyways, BB versus IA.
Yeah. I'm gonna still try to say it, and then I'm gonna mess it up. But it's okay because we're throwing for content, right?
Yeah, we don't read.
Yeah. This is real.
The spine of the book is a question mark. Oh, okay. Well, map number 1. And if you can read it, it says Hagglefish Market.
Oh, I needed to go to the market, Sapph. Do you know? Okay, so Connor got me these little orange truffles, and I need more. So we've got to go pick some up. I don't know if they sell them at the market. Yeah, they're like. Have you heard those chocolate oranges, Sapph?
No, chocolate and oranges is an underrated combo that I think is coming into the limelight much more.
It's so good. I hope that they have some here at the market because I've been like dying for some more.
I don't see hagglefish being like a treat type market. I see it more being like a protein market, the meat market.
Oh my god. Well, you know, I can always use focus here.
Oh my god.
20. Sorry, y'all can't hear this on stream, but somebody just betted 22,000 points on Bad Bames here on
Bad Bames.
Yeah, on the little. And y'all got channel points vote. This is you gotta gamba with your little channel points.
What is that embezzlement? Could this be considered embezzlement? What has Bad Bames got up their sleeve that we don't know?
I don't know. Maybe there's something secretive that just like Bad Bames clearly has that I can't see. Like it's beyond my mortal comprehension.
Yeah, there's something happening over on Bad Bames that we don't know about. Maybe we're about to find out here. But you know what? Tower control on Hagglefish Market. Thoma, you got to be so cautious of this second checkpoint here. And with so many channel points riding on Bad Bames, what is it going to look like for them? How do they want to play it?
Well, you know, you gotta be safe, especially around. I'm looking at that blaster from Cali Yowie over there in Alliteration. You actually have a blaster on both sides of that S-Blast. That S-Blast is already trying to flank too, but unfortunately gonna go down. I think these blasters can be very scary on TC, but right now, Bad Bames, maybe they're showing us what they're made of. Maybe this is why the points are on them, because they're on that tower, they're riding it towards this first checkpoint right now, Sapph, and Alliteration needs to find a way to get out of the spawn, and that hammer is going to do some major damage to their defense.
Yeah, these special stacking that Bad Bames has up their sleeves has been really advantageous here. Finally, Heavy Music has that crab tank online and ready to go. They are going to roll out the tower temporarily to alleviate the pressure from the paintbrush and the tri-strikes. However, now with the crab tank coming out, they can't really get their way up onto the tower, unfortunately. Even with the Booyah Bomb too, that would have been super helpful in providing them a little bit of coverage here. So the tower is a little stagnant on this right-hand corner here. And a 43 is a really great feat for Bad Bames in this opening bout here. And especially because opening statements are still being made by Bad Bames, as Kasumi is still alive on the paintbrush here, throwing in a bomb and causing a little bit of chaos and friction up on this ramp area here, causing a little bit more footwork for Bad Bames to take, as they are now at the second checkpoint and watching in for these jumps. I mean, Thoma, this is smooth sailing for Bad Bames here. No mistake really has been made so far.
No, and you already got that S-Blast right in the perfect position. Gonna find two there onto Alliteration. Now that full wipe, Sapph, as this tower is gonna clear checkpoint 3. It's going to be really hard to stop here, especially as that blaster gets more. But they do find the stop. No one on that tower to be able to ride it. Maybe gonna be trying to stall some time out. But look, you got Alliteration on that tower moving it back. And now Bad Bames kind of has to backtrack to get back on there and get scoring again.
Still very present though in the spawning area of Alliteration. Now, as those jumps came in for Bad Bames, you had two people jumping in, you had two people walking in, as Heavy Music kind of seeing a repeat of the first minute here once again on this tower with that crab tank ready to go, hoping to maybe cause a little bit of different damage here. As the Booyah Bomb comes out, crab tank still online. You can see a lot of pressure coming in from the Octo Brush there, but not quite enough of damage to be done, as Bad Bames is going to sail into the finishing line, taking game number 1. I mean, wow. Bad Bames kept it under wraps the entire time. I believe those jump-ins coming in, even when the tower was backtracking, still super advantageous, because Alliteration wasn't really looking behind them or paying attention to the fact that Navy was still alive.
Yeah, Navy surviving there was absolutely key for them to just come back in and be able to clutch it off here. You kind of see as this tower is going back up here, and you've got Heavy Music there just doing a little cheeky dodge from the charger there, and just patiently saying like, hey, I'm not gonna come up here just for you to be able to shoot me off. I'm gonna wait for my teammate to kind of handle you off here. And then look at all these specials coming out. They see the Booyah Bomb. They're like, I'm gonna move over here, make sure that we aren't interrupted. And this is where they are able to just get it to finally come all together, Sapph. And I think that Bad Bames just really had that team coordination down really, really well. I'll call back to earlier in that match when they first made the big push to checkpoint 3. You had lots of members of their team kind of really super far pushed up into the base of Alliteration, but then you had the S-Blast that was sitting under that right-hand side that was able to poke up and grab 2 and take some attention away from everybody else and from the tower. And I think that was really key for them to be able to get such a huge push in.
Yeah. The S-Blast being in that pocket was absolutely huge going in for the double. And, I mean, not a lot of space for Alliteration to work with, especially when you get tucked in so comfortable there and uptight. And I was just saying that that second checkpoint is always super crucial because taking that ramp area and infiltrating up onto the canopy on the right-hand side is always huge. And that's going to really make or break if the defense is going to falter or not. So really well played, I think, by Bad Bames. How is Alliteration going to try to recalibrate here? And it looks like we're going to be swapping in for an airspray, so definitely a lot more painting damage to be done. We also have the triple splashdown from Kai as well. And you can see Lace pulling up the rear with that DNF charger there. And also the Flingza coming out on the side of Bad Bames from Navy. So quite a bit of a weapon change up here. A lot more inking power for Alliteration. So perhaps on splat zones, that is going to be a better bout for them.
Definitely can be, and I'd like to say you see the Tetras, you see the aerospray, there's a Reef Slider on both sides, and Sapph, we both know about Reef Slider cheese, and this is definitely one of the more Reef Slider cheesable maps here, so they're gonna have to watch out and make sure that those 2 members can't get those Reef Sliders in when they really want to, or that could be detrimental. But right now, you see that Bad Bames is holding a strong position here. The Dooley's gonna be charging forward, trying to get a pick. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to find one. 2 down now is gonna be an opportunity for Alliteration to get here and get the zone, and that is going to be the full wipe for them, guaranteeing this flip, and now they have a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, and taking no time to push forward at that. So all eyes forward looking in on these drop points here. You can see 3 members of Bad Bames trying to position and seeing if they can maybe find a gateway down into the zone here. The Octobrush gonna lay down or the Ink Brush, excuse me, gonna lay down a ton of paint over on the right-hand side there. And a Splat Bomb to come out with the Killer Whale coming out as well. Even with the brief zone cap, though, that Reef Slider is going to come in and take it back for Alliteration. They're so close, only 6 seconds away from trying to get close to the lead here, even with a really slim penalty like 29, although Bad Bames is going to be holding on here as they find out 2 jumps being called out. That's 2 members immediately down as quickly as they came back into the battle, while the other 2 of Alliteration are stuck in the spawning area. So that penalty is going to be gone for Bad Bames here, and they are going to just be smooth and like sailing away towards the finish line.
Yeah, I think those jump camps were really important for them, but Alliteration does find their way back into the zone. 2 down now on the side of Bad Bames. We're going to see them working through this penalty rather fast, Sapph, and you could potentially see a lead sweep. And that Reef Slider cancel is absolutely huge for them to be able to keep this lead, and they have a Reef Slider of their own to keep things locked down. We see Callie out there going to be back up, trying to stay alive. There is the lead flip, Sapph, and that is going to be really big for them, even if Bad Bames does come in and clear out this zone right after.
You gotta appreciate Navy backing up and taking the time to launch those missiles. However, I think not going in for the fight against Callie there was huge and allowed them the space for that lead change to happen. Alliteration again taking the zone back into their favor. Bad Bames has to be cautious of how much inking power they really have here, Thoma. They're not being as aggressive. They're not pushing them into these tighter corners like they were the first time. And Alliteration is taking advantage of that and just going to leisurely keep painting the zone. You can see right there, Freak and Callie both dying into the zone because Callie frequently has been the zone painter. This could be where the change could happen, though, as we finally see Bad Bames push Alliteration into a wipeout.
Yeah, and they do have these missiles ready to go as well to try to just hold some extra space. We both know that how it feels to get repositioned by those. They're going to be popping them out here as the lead does change. Alliteration is going to be making the move at this zone, just the fling zone left up, and it looks like they're getting pressured back into the corner. They do find a trade neutralizing that zone for just a second, but Alliteration going to be taking it back really fast, now trying to make a play here to take the zone. They do get that race slider cancel just in time, Sapph. Able to hold this zone now as this penalty is coming through, but they need to cap it, Sapph, and Bad Bames is going to take advantage of that hesitation.
Lace with that crucial reef slider cancel. That was huge for Alliteration, as finally they're going to eat away at this penalty in the single digits. Now with a minute left to spare, Thoma, the lead here is going to flip if they can guarantee themselves a good defense here. And as they do, with only a few seconds left remaining, they just have to keep holding on for this last minute here and just kind of survive the onslaught of specials coming out, with unfortunately 2 members going down at the 24 mark. It is going to change. You can see Callie trying to fight for the zone, taking a reef slider of their own, taking a pick in the process, looking to take a second one, does cause a little damage, but doesn't take them down, and unfortunately you can see Alliteration in a 3-down scenario. So, I mean, it is just a tit-for-tat fight here as we get down into the last 25 seconds.
Yeah, and trying to rush out to the zone. Unfortunately, they are getting picked off one by one. We see that stagger play out. 15 seconds left on this now, and it looks like Bad Bames just going to be holding this space potentially for the rest of this game. You have like one more chance, but this zone looks like it's just out of reach for them.
Just so close for Alliteration. Again, an insane turnaround from the first game to the second. Just as we saw in the first round with Default Dancers, Alliteration clapped back in this second game. Of course, Bad Bames able to follow it up and just lock it down into the knockout. However, I think Alliteration gave them quite a run for their money in this one, as they kept flipping that lead back and forth, especially within, like, I believe just 2 minutes. Just constant flipping.
Absolutely, Sapph. And, you know, you saw really clutch reef slider cancels happen twice on the side of Alliteration. I think those were really, well, I think unfortunately here you kind of see on this replay is as they come out, they kind of just get picked off one by one. So weren't ever truly able to find that kind of team push out onto the zone that they need in those last few seconds. Just showing how well Bad Bames was able to get that defense up and going.
Absolutely. And you gotta appreciate that Alliteration had so much ink on their side, so much paint on the ground. They constantly were able to flip the zone back, especially you had kind of had Reef Slider versus Reef Slider moment. And that, for me, play of the game, Thoma, was Lace's Reef Slider cancel that we saw through their lens, through their eyes, their scope.
Absolutely.
That was wonderful. So that's, you know, you got to take your wins where you get them, and that one I hope is going right into their pocket into the next one. So that's got to be feeling good. But on Crab Lake Capital, consistent Charger gameplay here, I feel like. I mean, you can't go wrong with Squiffer either. I think it's also helpful. But not really a lot of changes on either end, really. So I think both teams had what they were doing was working for them, so I don't really suspect any changes to be had.
Yeah, I'm interested to see coming out, you know, but this is definitely a different map compared to some of the others. It's got, you know, a lot more stally and mid. We both have played this one, and Claim Blitz is always kind of a little bit of a slower mode to get started as you wait till you find those picks in that clam economy. But especially on such a neutral heavy map like Crab Lake Capital, maybe a while before we see those pushes get started. Right now, you see that you've got Bad Bames, at least with this high ground on those grades, going to find 2 good opening picks. But no clams to be had at the moment, no clear path forward as Alliteration is on that respawn and already doing a good job at trying to get back out there.
They're doing their best, unfortunately, with that jumping, though, being called out by Kasumi. Kasumi getting a nice double pick there, causing a lot of good entry points here into the basket area, but it looks like maybe a little bit of lag. Hopefully nobody dropping out of the game here, as the first basket break is going to be done by Bad Bames, and 3 members of Alliteration are going down. You can see as they're respawning in, Kasumi's trying to hold them back as best as they can, unfortunately going down in a 1 versus 3 fight. However, the basket is still open at the 50, with follow-up to be had from other members of Bad Bames here. And a jump-in coming in down to Navy. You can see Kasumi still trying to join in the fight. Unfortunately going down, though, and Navy unable to retreat, so the push for Bad Bames is going to stop at the 32.
Yeah, but to put the 32 on this map for opening Sapph, that's really, really impressive. Now they just need to keep that defense up, play in mid, keep as much pink down as possible, which you can already see they're doing a good job of trying to get those picks. 2 down on both sides, kind of resets this to a little bit of a more neutral game. You've got that brush up there on the grates, trying to see if they can get, you know, one more clam to potentially get something going, but it looks like they've spotted them out over there and are going to be able to take them out. As now, again, these scrappy fights happening in mid, and that's going to be the full wipe out on the side of Alliteration. Going to give an opportunity for Bad Bames to get something going here.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a delay on getting that power claim going, so unfortunately already Alliteration is back into the game and not allowing any more entry, any closer steps to their basket there as 2 members go down, trying to take down the other member with that other power clam. You can see IB able to pick it up. They are going to be throwing a Booyah Bomb to try to open up some space here, and they're going to find contact with that other power clam and maybe some follow-up here. A nice double pick and looking in for the triple. With follow-up from Kasumi, I mean, just consistent follow-up from teammate after teammate, leading them into the win. I mean, Thoma, Bad Bames has got it locked in. The definition of locked in.
They do. Oh, that was a really beautiful play by the S-Blast there. I hope we're going to see it replayed. Just the Booyah Bomb coming in and then swimming through and getting the dunk and then finding 2 extras on top of that. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Here it is on the replay. Kasumi up on the top right grate there, taking so much attention away from the basket because you have to see that lace there. Not looking down at the basket area, leaving it open. They're the last line of defense. So with IB throwing in this Booyah Bomb as other members of Alliteration are spawning back in, huge cover point. Lace cannot see them swimming through there. I mean, they know that they're there, but they don't know if they can actually get the shot. So IB has so much clearance here to go in and take that double, causing a lot of havoc for Lace to even try to push forward and help out with that. So Navy there throwing in those finishing clams, those finishing touches there, buttoning up a 3-0 win for Bad Bames. So congratulations.
Absolutely huge win for them. Love to see that teamwork that they've had. I think that they've got something really cooking, showing why they had those 22k points bet on them. Maybe we'll see them a little bit later today in our, you know, top cut. But Sapph, that does it for us right now in round 2. Wait. Oh, okay, we're pulling up KDs. We're getting some information. Oh my gosh, y'all can't see, or can you see it? Can they see it on stream? IB right now with a 16-4 KD on that game. That Sapph is insane.
The power of the S-Blast. And again, on Mahi Mahi Resort, they're 15-13. But also, you have to give a shout out to Harvey Music, 18-5 on that one. So that's pretty cool.
Huge. And again, 11-4 for IB, 13-1 for Kasumi on that brush in the first game as well. Just wow. The numbers that Bad Bames are pumping out are super duper impressive. You can tell that they've got it locked down.
Yeah, that's got to feel pretty good. I mean, again, anytime that you go into a 3-0 scenario has got to be really cool. So we have Swiss round 3 coming up. We're not sure who is going to be on there yet because I don't believe our Swiss round is finished yet. But I think we'll take just another brief break before we come back and talk about Swiss round 3. So again, don't go anywhere. Juniors draft number 6 is still here with Sapph, Thoma, and Ellie. Don't go anywhere.
me because she's biracial, so I don't know why this would bother her, unless she's jealous of me because she wished she were me. Then things go sour at the end of the night when he gets down on one knee and proposes to me. She started crying and ran to me. Their dad went to check on her and was really hurt. I knew exactly why she was upset, but my husband always equated me with jealousy because she knew the relationship. She's speaking of wedding, baby shower, our children's birthday parties, and other family events that they attended. I was fine with extending invitations because I knew she wouldn't want children. She had some sort of mental breakdown and was in and out treatment for me. I wish nothing but the best for her, and I don't know what kind of issue she's going through, but I don't want her to sweat the issues. I'm currently pregnant with our baby shower at the end of the day. I'm having it a few months early because I'm at risk of going into labor. Like I did with my original husband. My mother-in-law told me last week she stayed with me and I was surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she was on whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling me how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I finally understood their close relationship, but I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because he used to say
every time you two are getting rough, my mind just sounds like Shia LaBeouf. It says no, 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 no. Just no, 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 no. And every time I see him with you, my heart sounds like Shia LaBeouf too. No, 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 no. No, no. No, 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 no.
Summer in the hills, those hazy days I do remember. We were running still, had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadows in the trees.
Hey there, sports fans! Welcome back to Juniors Draft number 6. I'm Sapph, and I'm here with Elemental and the Thoma. Welcome on back, guys. We are going back down into Swiss round 3, and what we have cooking up for you today, we have the Tantilized Toddlers versus the Asians Assemble. Asians
yeah.
Assemble. Yeah,
So-
yeah.
True, and I'm excited to see what they've got bringing out. But I am being told in Battlefy chat by the IRS of Asians Assemble that I did not pay my taxes. So I think I'm gonna have to
Oof.
figure that out at some point, because the IRS, they signed up for this tournament just to come tell me that.
Well, I'm stupid as well in that I only have 2 days to do my taxes. You only have 2 days to do your taxes. So if you haven't done your taxes yet, folks, do your taxes. You only have 2 days left to do it. Be careful. Unless you want to file for an extension, which you can do, but you'll also need to figure out that information on your own. Thoma and I cannot do
Yeah.
that for you, and certainly not Elemental.
Otherwise, the IRS will sign up for your tournament too. So you don't want to be in that situation now, do you?
Yes. So listen, we're on round 3. Thoma, did you ever have chip clips or hit clips when you were growing up? You know, like those little. It would literally be like by like NSYNC or Backstreet Boys or whatever, and they'd have like one song loaded onto them, and you'd hook them into the device, and you could listen to it.
I've never heard of this in my life.
Okay, well, you should look it up while I'm talking about it. But anyways, Tantilized Toddlers logo looks like a little hit chip clip thing. It looks like someone's gonna pop it in and listen to a tune. That's what it looks like to me.
I'm trying to look hit clip, like you're saying chip clip. I
don't know. I forget
wait.
what it's called. Yeah, wait.
Hit clip. Is this it? I'm Googling right now with like so much. No, that's just something that they put. Okay, I'm not getting hit, Sapph. You're gonna have to like research this for me. Like, it's not coming up, I fear.
Yeah, I'll have to figure out the one true name, because I'm a little confused myself as to what the one true name is. But anyway, the kip chip clips, hit chips. When we can talk about it in a second, we will. But their logo looks a lot like that. But look at this, a lot of melee weapons, Thoma.
Yeah, there is a lot of melee weapons here. You got that roller, a brush on both sides actually, and the wiper as well. So it's gonna be a lot of in-your-face action. As you see, one of the brushes already finds a pick onto that wiper, moving forward, and that's actually now 3 down, 4 down, a full wipeout on the side of the Toddlers. As Asians Assemble going to be going across here, going to be finding a very, very fast dunk there. Maybe if they don't just walk backwards off the podium.
Yeah, you have I'm Stupid bringing up the Rainmaker to the podium. There's still a 3-down scenario for Tantilized Toddlers. Asians Assemble having a really good time here. AA with I'm Stupid once again picking up the Rainmaker, looking like to be their designated carrier. They are going to have to back off here from the pressure of the Trizuka. But when you have all of them tracked here, Thoma, I mean, this can be really crucial for if you want to try to make some space and get through. The IRS trying to do a really good job to body block there, but just not quite enough damage to be taken as the Rainmaker carrier now goes down at 50. So Tantilized Toddlers are trying to push up here. They do call out a jump, and it looks like we are going to see them trying to make this Rainmaker pop in the corner and hoping to pick up.
Yeah, and they are going to be able to get that pickup. They do have 2 down, make that 3 down now on Asians Assemble to be able to get something going here. And now they're in mid. You kind of see that the members of Asian Assemble are slowly coming back in, trying to find a pick on that Rainmaker. They eventually do, as it's kind of stuck down here in a really awkward corner on this pit,
Yeah, but you know, the double A is going to make the best of it, and you can see Snake is going to waste no time to bring up at the rear on the middle section here. They want to try to hold this position as they try to push forward. You can see Snake is looking to try to do that as well. 3 members of Tantilized Toddlers go down, the last one standing being the Wiper, as Snake is going to triple splashdown and push forward. Skylar, though, is going to be successful in the fight as the IRS is pushing force and knocking at the door, asking for your tax information. They are still bringing up the rear because Thoma, I don't think they know. They don't see that the IRS is here, and Skylar was trying to come in from behind, but being taken down, so that's going to cause a little bit of delay for the Tantilized Toddlers to move forward. But still, 3 members of the AA going down, so Mincecraft is going to have safe passage to the podium. So close to getting the pop, but no cigar.
Yeah, you know, and they've got to be careful about that roller there, because, you know, Sapph, I think there might be nothing more terrifying in this world than knowing the IRS is after you, but not knowing where they are.
Not knowing where they are and when they're going to strike, for sure, and especially with a roller. And you have the Kraken, no less. But look at that. Spike using the Reef Slider to their full advantage there, using it as its full potential, taking down the Rainmaker in the corner. Nowhere left to run. But the Tantilized Toddlers, unfortunately, jumping into each other, but being called out as they're in the wipeout scenario with the AA bringing up the rear with the Rainmaker once again here. Just kind of a flip-floppy scenario, but still a 10-point difference in between the lead here for Tantilized Toddlers to try to make a splash and change the course of the game. But with Mincecraft coming in, they are going to prevent that Rainmaker from going any further forward and also causing the jump to be null there as the IRS gets taken down. So, I mean, we're kind of just seeing a really interesting back and forth here of different wipeout scenarios, but unfortunately for Tantilized Toddlers, they are the ones on the back foot needing to make up some ground.
Absolutely, but there's still plenty of opportunity too, and you know, Sapph 50 to 60, that score can vanish in the instant if they can find that checkpoint break. But they've really got to get these numbers on their side, and right now it's kind of in favor of Asians Assemble as you see them pushing up here through this ramp. They've got their whole team alive, and just 3 down on the side of Tantalized and Toddlers. They need to find a stop to this pretty fast. Mincecraft trying to come in there on the side, but not able to find the dunk, especially as the Rainmakers going across those grates, going to be pushing their score now to 31.
Yeah, and the thing I gotta appreciate about the AA is that they aren't giving up here, Thoma. They're not just gonna try to play the long game and defend the middle from Tantilized Toddlers making any push or leeway. They're gonna keep trying to play the game and trying to push into the end there. And look at what a fight to be had over on the side there. 3 members of the AA go down. Only the Blaster left alive here, but the Rainmaker's in a great position for Tantilized Toddlers to make the follow-up, as they are going to pop that first checkpoint there. And the AA is trying to push forward and defend here, but 3 of them going down now in a wipeout. The Tantilized Toddlers can now follow up here, and not only that, but flip the lead and get close to the checkpoint pop down to the 16.
Absolutely huge, especially just Sapph at the exact right moment that they needed to do so. They've got that Zuka there as well. Gonna find one pick, and now Mincecraft gonna be trying to just go in there and see if they can end it here, and now rushing up on that Rainmaker, going to be able to find the pick and take this game for the Toddlers.
Yeah, and that bit, taking that first pick before going up on top of the ramp and forcing the Rainmaker that far back was huge, because if they didn't, then that would have all the more given AA the chance to try to follow up and flip the lead again. So you gotta try to roll with the punches and go in and take the picks where they count, and ending it with the Spike and James getting a nice fist bump there. But check out this replay here, Thoma. I mean, look at the opening here from Mincecraft again, going into with the Rainmaker helping Spike with the follow-up, but also you gotta appreciate the Zipcaster trying to come in and create some space as well.
Absolutely, and I think the Brush just had great follow-up here at the end too. It's like, hey, the team went down. We're not going to get anything else. We're not going to get a push, but all I need to do is stop it. You know, that's all you have to do at that point. And they were just, I'm going to force it as far back in their base as possible, making it, you know. And I think the good thing too, I think a lot of people could have gotten fixated on that jump there, but they knew exactly what they needed to do, and that jump didn't matter. What mattered was taking out the Rainmaker.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving into map number 2, we're going down over to Mako Mart. Museum was really well played by the Tantilized Toddlers. I mean, they had a really great advantage and were able to flip the lead, and especially at a really crucial time with not much time for the Asians Assemble team to assemble, if you will. So going into Mako Mart, what is going to change? I think the Tantilized Toddlers just need to, I mean, if they want to find success here, I think they just have to do a repeat of if they happen to be on the back foot, they just have to take advantage of an opening, no matter what the cost.
Absolutely, Sapph. But I'm interested to see how it plays out too, because we talk about this a lot when we're commentating Sapph, but Mako Mart notoriously is a map that's really good for your non-shooter options. And we see this team that's running, you know, rollers, brushes, splatanas, and so I think they've got really good comps that can utilize kind of the geometry of this map to be able to poke and prod into the enemy base and kind of cause a lot of mayhem. So I'm interested to see, you know, if they're going to change anything or if they're going to keep it up, because honestly, I think their comps are really, really good for this map.
Yeah, they're solid. I agree with you. I mean, especially when you have an Octobrush a piece, and then you also have the roller and the wiper split between the two sides. I'm wondering, is a bucket going to rear its ugly head here? Because for sure the non-shooter weapon, more the melee style weapon, is more advantageous here, and the topography definitely plays a role into why that's true. So taking advantage of these little nooks and crannies and also forcing your way onto the stacks and preventing space to be gathered on the stacks is going to be huge. However, when you do choose to use these melee weapons, you do tend to lack a lot of paint. So Tantilized Toddlers here not having as much paint to work with in comparison to the AA. The AA having 2 shots on their side, 2 Trizukas at that for that matter. So it's something to be looking out for here on tower control, something that has to be a little more stationary when you go into checkpoints.
I think that double shot, double blaster might be the craziest thing that I was not expecting that to see out. I mean, double shot is not an uncommon thing to see in Splatoon competitive, but it's not what I expect to see in Juniors draft. And the double blaster is just a lot of fun there. But right now it's gonna be, is this Toddlers or Asian? I don't know. Toddlers right now on the offensive, just keeping up this space, finding that first checkpoint break as they're moving forward. But unfortunately, you see that kind of really well-suited defender position there. The IRS and, you know, the other shot are going to be able to just kind of bomb them out, take space once again on the side of Asians Assemble. And you see a lot of yellow going down on this map now, especially as blue is going to be backed up in the corner. James going to be trying to just play for their life.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate the opening coming out from the Toddlers originally, because, I mean, there was no leg for the AA to stand on, because you can't build your Trizuka and you don't have time to, and you keep going down, then, like, what doesn't matter? So if they could keep up that sort of momentum and keep up that drive, then it could be advantageous, and they wouldn't really allow any space to be claimed by the AA as well. So unfortunately, when you break through that defensive line, you can see that the Toddlers are now staggered getting back into this map, and 3 of them going down, only Spike, which is a blaster, being left alive. So not a lot of paint for Spike to take, and especially, like, they have to kind of call their position out to even get any paint on the ground either. So they are able to defend for just a little bit and are causing a little bit of a rift into the lead being taken. However, they got to be super cautious here, Thoma, because again, the painting power just isn't on their side.
Yeah, and you see that you continue to have jumps in from the side of the Toddlers, but not able to get much out of them, as now AA here going to be pushing forward, going to be trying to take the lead here, but looks like they're getting stopped there just in time. But they're like, hey, you know, got wiped off that tower, but we're right back here ready to hop back on. That's the lead flip for Asians Assemble, who are now going to be trying to make a break here at the second checkpoint if they can, but Toddlers are putting up a strong defense.
Yeah, and they have to at this point, because, like, what else can they do? They just have to try to play it safe and play it further back, play at the maximum range of their weapons, because finally they break the assault coming out from double A, and the tower's moving back into a neutral position, still moving forward for Tantilized Toddlers, but they're not able to take the fights that they need to, and that could be detrimental, especially because they're lacking a lot of shooting weapons on their side, but also their jumps keep getting called out, Thoma. Every time they jump in, you can see that they don't have much time to stay on the map before they immediately go down. So again, the double A is pushing this tower forward. They're making their way to checkpoint number 2, and Tantilized Toddlers don't really have enough space to work with here to prevent them from doing that.
No, and the Zipcast going to be going out, creating some more space from that Luna Blaster as well. Just one left up on Toddlers. This tower is kind of going back into mid, but Asians and Simple has just so much space here to work with. You can see them just jumping in, trying to find that pick on the tower. Unfortunately, does not go quite in their favor as Toddlers is trying to fight it out here, but just look at all of these explosions.
Ooh, what a
and all
shot!
this going around mid, but a double from James could quickly turn this situation on its head, and that's the full white half.
What a crucial, I believe, quad pick from James of the Toddlers to get here. Although 3 of them going down, James being the only one left alive, they are just trying to throw a bomb to see if they can secure the tower to stay in that position. All of their teammates now jumping to them. However, they have bombs of their own, and one of them is going to go down, unfortunately, but still, they are in an advantageous position with 2 members going down. You can see Skylar bringing up the tower, Mincecraft trying to follow up here, now making some headway and trying to tick down the points. The lead being flipped for the Toddlers once again. This is a crucial position for them to take, Thoma. They can snowball it from here if they are cautious of the jumps and they get the right picks, and Mincecraft can take one down. They're going to go in for the second, and they just got to keep it going.
That's huge for them to flip the lead with this much time remaining. Now Asians assemble. They do have control of this tower once again. With Sapph, they have to break that second checkpoint. They have to make their way through most of that third, and they cannot get off this tower and allow the Toddlers to touch it. 2 down on the side of the Toddlers, though, is a good first start for them. They have to watch out. James has this lucky Trizuka out, but unfortunately not going to be able to find anybody. They do get 1 pick, though. 2 picks on the tower, and that is going to be game for the Toddlers, who once again come back in the final few seconds of the game to swap that lead.
Oh my gosh, James, put your controller down, James. They came into this game hungry, and my gosh, did they eat? Holy smokes! I mean, what a first of all, a quad with the opening with the Trizuka, allowing the initial snowball to be compacted by the Toddlers, and then it just got pushed down the hill as they rounded the corner past that second checkpoint and getting into a triple kill before the AA was able to bring it back home. But I mean, James locking it in for the Toddlers into that second win. That's gotta feel so good. And I mean, to be fair, the shot is a really good weapon. I like just all rounder weapon, not just in terms of sub special, but I think also just in terms of sheer firepower. So once again, just proving the power of the shot, and it's no different in no matter what level of gameplay that you're at.
Yeah, absolutely, Sapph. I mean, you know, those clutch Zuko plays, you see them time and time again, but those were really, really good out of James to kind of just lock down those last few moments of the game and create the exact kind of opening that the Toddlers needed to be able to flip that lead. So now, going into Game 3 at Hagglefish Market, we've seen 2 games where Asians Assemble are holding that lead, and Tantilized Toddlers come from behind to swoop that lead away from them with seconds remaining. What do you need to see change here for the Asians Assemble to be able to hold on to that lead throughout the match?
Well, I think the biggest difference is just going to be not allowing that Trizuka to get the opening that it's looking for, and which I think it's something that it's hard to learn, but you just got to respect it. It's something that Devi taught me. You just respect it. You respect the strength of the special, especially with like the amount of the activation time, how far it can go, how hard it can hit. Just give it respect, give it the space it deserves, and then collapse back in when the time is right. So I think just finding the timing with that is going to be really major here, especially with something like Splat Zones. You're really limited to 3 linear corridors on a map like Hagglefish.
Yeah, you definitely are. I'm gonna be seeing what they're going to roll out here with. I might the Dapples gonna be probably taking a really commanding presence out here in the beginning for the Toddlers rolling out. We actually see Julie's on both sides with those Tetras coming in, maybe looking to provide some good resliders for Asians Assemble. But right now, all that fighting down on that first zone, the full wipeout going to be happening there, and now Asians Assemble has control of this zone, getting some jumps in. Gonna have to try to hold this space down, Sapph. We see that Snake is just moving forward there, trying to find some picks and add some pressure, but unfortunately not gonna quite find anybody. But they do drag two members of the Toddlers into that right-hand pit, who both do go down. It's now just Minstrap and the Reef Slider trying to find the cap, which they are able to do.
Yeah, we just saw like a little story unfold there with 3 specials going off at the same time. You had the try splash down the Reef Slider and one other coming in all at the same time there. However, the zone being taken by the Toddlers, now being recapped again by AA here. So, and the wipeout scenario once again. So, AA is coming in at full swing with this one, Thoma. They keep coming in with such a strong opening, especially I believe Snake has opening Gambit set on their head item, whatever they are wearing. So opening Gambit is there, and so that it does allow some help and some assist for a good opening. However, it seems like with Skylar coming in with that stamp getting a nice pick, you still can see that Tantilized Toddlers can break through their forces. However, still enough ink to be had to keep holding on to the zone, but still the Trizuka again coming in and creating the opening that Tantilized Toddlers has used to their advantage time and time again. And now their penalty being gone here, and especially with James pushed so far up and the Reef Slider coming in and taking down 2. You gotta be watching where your footsteps are going when you're on Asians Assemble here.
Yeah, you definitely do, and especially now that this penalty is through on the side of the Toddlers, you gotta be careful that you're not just staggering out, and unfortunately, right now, it looks like they have a great stagger onto Asians Assemble, who are now locked in their base. Look at how far forward the offense is from the Toddlers, but they left the IRS behind them! The IRS is gonna go take care of this zone, fighting it with the brush. Wins Minstrap there, going to be holding it down for just a bit longer. And now, Sapph, this looks to be a very dangerous position. And there seems to be a little, oh, and there goes one of the Toddlers, but will it be fast enough? No. Asian Assemble is sadly not going to be able to capitalize off that DC.
Unfortunate. I mean, every time it just seems like Tantilized Toddlers just finds that one little piece of information in the defense of AA, and they're just able to break through and take full advantage. I mean, look at that. They collapsed in. As soon as they got the opening and took the lead, they collapsed in on the spawning area. You could see the IRS broke through and was so close to recapping the zone there, and you could see Mince was really quick to respond to that, and the IRS was, I think, right to try to depop a defensive Kraken in that moment. But I don't know. I mean, I think that they were so close to trying to flip the zone back that should have maybe been the first priority, but it's hard to assess your priorities in the moment there. So, and there was the DC also on the replay there. Unfortunate though for Asians Assemble. Maybe could have tried to turn it around. Definitely gave their best effort to do so. But I mean, Tantilized Toddlers, definitely a force to be reckoned with. You got to be watching out, man. They take full advantage of wherever there is a disadvantage in your defenses.
Absolutely, Sapph. Time and time again, they, kind of were being held out, kind of backed into a corner, and they waited for just the right moment to strike. And when they strike, Sapph, they go in full force. Just an absolutely scary offensive powerhouse. You saw how far forward they were there. But that is going to do us in for round 3, Sapph. We're going to go to a quick break before we go to round 4 here, which will be our final round of Swiss groups. So stay tuned.
had the whole world at our feet, watching seasons change. Our roads were lined with adventure, mountains in the way couldn't keep us from the sea. Here we stand, open arms. This is home where we are, ever strong in the world that we made. I still hear you in the breeze, see your shadow
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're here in our final Swiss round here at Juniors Draft. Once again, I am Thoma, joined by Sapph and lovely Ellie in the production booth. We've got a great match coming up from you, and like I said before, I'm a little bit biased towards my own teams that I've been in charge of, and here's two of them. Yowza Yellowtails versus Xhemical X. I'm excited to see, which team will be coming out on top, and Sapph, this will be deciding which one of them is going to be moving on to the beta bracket.
Yowza, indeed, Thoma. We were just discussing how much we really appreciate Yowza Yellowtails' logo. It looks like an actual brand from the Splatoon game, does it not? I mean, would you not want to slap that on a laptop or a water bottle, perhaps? Whatever sort of surface you like to put your stickers on. I certainly would want to do that.
It would go on my Switch dock. Like, I have lots of
True.
Splatoon-related stickers on my Switch dock. Yowza Yellowtails' logo would go straight there if I had a sticker of it.
Sponsored by Yowza's Yellowtails. Yowza!
So real. I'm a big fan. I love the little fish face that's just like pogging over there in the corner.
Poggin does. Sorry, that just happened. Stream of consciousness thought. But okay, how do you pronounce chemical X? Is it like Xeno, like Xhemical X?
That's a wonderful question, and I wish I had an answer for you, but the brilliant minds who made these team names do not include little old me here.
Well, shoot. I was hoping you had all the answers, but alas, maybe next time. Doing my best, aren't we all?
We are all trying. Are you loading out? Double splat me, Sapph? You're seeing this, right?
At least they have a cooler, which you gotta appreciate, and a lot of special build at that, so no shortage of juice on Xhemical X. Especially when you have double splatling, there's a lot of run speed on that vanilla splatling there as well. Look at them trying to make the opening statement here. Aiko, wow, I mean, doing a 5 rolls and a half there, looking in and trying to take one down into the pit with them. 2 members of Yowza going down on the middle section there. So the opening throw on Xhemical X is going to be done there by Joshi, as they are going to be able to run in with the paintbrush there. Nobody able to jump in with them, unfortunately, though, so that is going to be a solo pop for Xhemical X. Chemical X. They're just X to me. I think that's better.
Yeah, absolutely. That brush is just, that's a play that you see a lot of happening in, more lower level Blitz play. And there's a reason why. If you don't have eyes on those brushes, they can just run straight past you. So I know that now also Yellowtails really needs to look out for that brush, and it looks like Crazy Bean there was doing exactly that, saying like, hey, tricked me once, it's not gonna happen again.
Yeah, and thankfully for Crazy Bean, I mean, if they have so much swim speed at their disposal, so they can get around the map really fast. But look at that, causing an opening for Aiko to get in. A wonderful 2-down scenario here. Finally, as Yowza Yellowtails is on the front foot, as Bleak is running up there with a football in their hands. You can see that they are able to make contact with the basket there and get a pop. And it looks like Yowza Yellowtails trying to break in there. Aiko has the one clam that could try to flip the lead into their favor. The knockout situation has occurred. They did want to reef slide first, but unfortunately there wasn't enough space there to get that last clam in there. Aiko chose to reef slide instead, so unfortunately the lead for Yowza Yellowtails has not been flipped into their favor, and Chemical X has a 1-point advantage and the same penalty.
Yeah, they do. Just getting that one and done kind of power clam push. And now Chemical X here in a good position to try to get pushing again. Joshi, they're kind of getting a good pick. And now you've got one power clam and some small clams on board for them. But their power clam is stuck in a jet now, Sapph. They've got this space forward, but aren't going to be able to open the basket. Going to give Yowza Yellowtails a little bit of time to try to get this defense up and running. It looks like they're able to pick off one, but they lose 2 of their own, and now this power clam is heading straight for that basket, and it looks like we are going to see a break there. We're going to see that Chemical X is going to be adding some points to their score, but they don't really have any extra clams to follow up on, so it looks like it might just kind of be another one-and-done push.
And I mean, I guess that's all they needed there. That is 10 more points in their pocket, so I suppose we will take it. Any points at this moment counts. So Chemical X still has another power clam at their disposal here, which is going to be super good if they want to get in. And it looks like the brush was really successful. I'm not sure if Aiko actually had eyes on that, probably relying on the teammates to prevent the another basket break, and they are successful. So Yowza Yellowtails has so much ink here to play with, and they have so much mobility as well. So Chemical X is definitely like lacking that. But I mean, when you have someone like an Ink Rush that's not afraid to push forward and just launch power clams at the basket willy-nilly, I mean, you can kind of just dwindle the score and chip away at it really slowly here. And lately, the defense for Yowza Yellowtails has been pretty good, or Chemical X, excuse me, has been pretty good so far. Yowza Yellowtails hasn't really had much space or time to break in because they're dealing with the next threat that Chemical X is throwing at them. So kind of a slow burn here for Chemical X to be taking this one.
Yeah, definitely is Sapph, and now Squidward trying to make a move here on the side, playing with that brush, but isn't going to be able to find something, and during that, they're able to find one more clam into the basket on the side of Chemical X here. The brush going to try to add a few more, but isn't able to successfully do so. Now, Yowza has a lot of space to work with. That is the full wipe, Sapph. They need to get that basket open. They've got the power clam in their possession. They're going to be trying to jump it in here. Aiko comes in with that Weef slider. Is going to pick off two. Going to try to look for three. There we go. Squidward's going to open this basket. This is going to be the opportunity for them to take the lead. Crazy Bean right there is able to do that, extending their lead down now to 56. They do have a few more clams, it looks like they're in the hands of the heavy edit, but they are going to have to fall back, and now it's a defensive game for for Yowza, who just needs to be able to defend Chemical X's push, but we've seen Sapph how aggressive they are. They just need to really open that basket and add a few extra clams to be able to take the, actually, they just need to be able to open the basket. It'll go straight down to 50.
Yeah, what a turn of events here for Yowza Yellowtails. I mean, they kind of just back-pocketed this really awesome push until these last few moments here. Overtime is about halfway through, and a 3-down situation for Chemical X. There's nobody left but Fredo there to try to bring up the rear, and you have so much onslaught and pressure coming from Bean and that bomb next to them. I mean, wow, Yowza Yellowtails was really just kind of lying dormant until those final moments to try to get the turnaround, and I mean, coming in really strong there at the end of game one. What are they going to cook up for game two? It makes you wonder, like, hold on now, where was this?
I'm definitely excited to see whatever it's going to be, Sapph, but you know, sometimes all you need to do is just hold for those right moments, and that's all it takes is one good push to be able to win the game. And we saw here too, they didn't make the mistake of backing off too much or just playing in their base. They said, hey, we're going to bring this defense to you. And you can see that they're just here sitting on this clam, not wanting to let anybody pick it up, because they know as soon as that thing despawns, there go Chemical X's chances for making an overtime push.
Yeah, and I mean, gosh, the defensive pressure too coming out from Chemical X. I feel like Yowza just found the small hiccup in their armor, in their defense, and were able to stagger them one by one from coming back out of the spawn. And I mean, once you find the break in the ebb and flow where you can try to disrupt the rhythm, I mean, it can only work out and benefit you in the long run. So moving on to Undertow Spillway, I believe we're playing Rainmaker here? Question mark?
we saw zone. Yeah, it's kind of like behind the little wall. It is Rainmaker, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
just making sure. Just want to double check that we're certain. We're certain.
It's there. I mean, how could you not play Rainmaker? And I'm going to be biased once again. Rainmaker Undertow Spillway is the best map in the game. I will take no debate. I don't care about other people's opinions.
Yowza.
I love this map. But yeah, I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing here and seeing what they're going to be bringing to this table. And I think, Sapph, that I really liked the aggression that I saw out of Chemical X. We saw that they had those really scrappy forward pushes that they had multiple times. That's why they were able to break Yowza's basket multiple times. Unfortunately, in a map like Clams, where you kind of need the rest of the clams to be able to add something to your score, this time all they have to do is make sure that they're escorting that one Rainmaker player, making sure that Rainmaker is able to move forward. So I think that they might have a little bit of an easier time trying to coordinate those kind of fast, aggressive plays here.
I don't, and it also begs the question of who is good at maneuvering the Rainmaker and utilizing it as a weapon as well, because it is a whole separate weapon class in its own right to try to learn and move about with and try to utilize with whatever stats or weapons or gear that you try to put onto yourself. So maneuverability is going to be playing a huge factor here, especially because there is uninkable surface no matter where you try to access and get into the final checkpoint on this one. So got to be mindful of where you're trying to move and how you're trying to groove. And especially, okay, Doing My Best has all run speed on still because they are still holding on to that Splatling. So they did not change their build whatsoever. So they definitely have more of the speed on their side. Are they going to be the designated carrier? That's the other thing to be mindful of, is who is going to pick it up the more often, and they're the one to be paying attention to.
Yeah, I definitely think it'd be best for them in their comp to be able to pick it up. That run speed can make a huge difference, especially across the uninkable portions that you have on either side when you try to push here on Undertow. That run speed can really make a difference on how fast you get through those really dangerous parts of the map. Right now, Xhemical XR is going to be in the lead. They're going to be going fast for this right-hand checkpoint, trying to survive the onslaught of that paintbrush, and they're going to be able to. Now, and this is the path we don't see pushed as often in Sapph, but it can rack up points really fast. As we see here, they're trying to get some few picks before they can move it up this uninkable ramp. And they are going to be able to do so, racking those points up to 31 Sapph. That is a great opening push for just the first minute of the match. And it looks like they're going nowhere, Sapph.
Yeah, it's still very present in the pit area here. Aiko going in, going down with the trade. That, I think, was an important trade to be had, especially because Julie's the last one alive here, and an Inkjet form nonetheless. They do take one pick, though. The Rainmaker has been picked up. They were trying to lock in and get the second one, but unfortunately unable to do so. Only 2 members left alive, one of them being the Rainmaker. You can see 3 members of Chemical X trying to push forward and make some headway here, but with 2 of them going down, it's just kind of an exchange of splats here between both sides. As you can see, Crazy Bean having a really nice shark, trying to maybe wait out a little bit of the pressure here, going down in the trade once again. But 3 members of Yowza's Yellowtails going down. They are only at the 80 mark. They have plenty of time to try to make up some lost ground here. But when you have something like a Reef Slider coming in and clearing the way of where the Rainmaker was trying to go, it's going to be really difficult and challenging to try to do anything.
Yeah, it definitely is. You see that Prado there is going to be continuing to hold some space really well, gets that cooler out for their team as well to be able to respawn really fast, finds the pick onto Bleak and is now moving up here around this corner, creating a lot of pressure for Chemical X. And now it's just the roller left online. It looks like they're opting once again to try to push this right-hand side, but Crazy Bean is there ready to go on this defense, trying to make sure that nobody is able to get off this ramp as they drop down and throw that burst bomb, but the Rainmaker actually ends up taking them out.
Yeah, the Rainmaker was in a good position there to try to get a couple of picks. They did, like, it's always impressive when you try to defend with it as much as possible, and you just, sometimes it's just shooting at the ground. And that's all you need to do to be successful there. But I think Prado here is in a great position to just make sure the Rainmaker doesn't move from this position. They're opting to pick it up themselves potentially here. They're going to throw out the cooler, which is going to be crucial for Chemical X to try to push forward here again. You have to appreciate, again, they're not just defending the Rainmaker. They're going to try to keep extending their lead if they're able to. But Yowza's Yellowtails, again, this is a hard position to try to be offensive on. So Yowza's Yellowtails has the upper hand in trying to defend here, and especially when you have Crazy being good on the Shark and you have the Reef Slider coming out. The defense from the Trizuka as well. I mean, it's going to be really difficult for Chemical X to try to get any more ground here. But Yowza's Yellowtails needs to try to follow up here. They got to get some more headway and try to take mid because they're just losing time to them at this point.
Yeah, they definitely are, but like you say, the best offense is a good defense. The other way around. The best defense is good offense here, as you see that Chemical X is just refusing to leave the side of Yowza Yellowtails, giving them basically no room to breathe. They already had that lead, and they probably could back up and play a more defensive game if they wanted to, but they just keep pushing, because as long as that Rainmaker is on Yowza's side, it's going to be a longer path for them to have to go forward, and they have to find a checkpoint break, and they get a mighty ways forward in front of that checkpoint as as well, which is looking to be a tall order with just 40 seconds remaining in this match.
Wow, a 3 members down scenario. Right place, right time for that Tri-Zoo going to be popping off here. Yowza's Yellowtails has a very strong upper hand here to try to take a checkpoint, and Crazy Bean is biding their time a little bit, just trying to find safe passage. They are going to just go for it, and the checkpoint has fallen, although they are in a disadvantage here with 1 member down, and Xhemical X having a lot more high ground here to work with and watch to see the onslaught from Yowza's Yellowtails. But you can see Aiko trying to break through, taking some distraction away from the Rainmaker pop. There is only about 40 ticks for units for Yowza's Yellowtails to make up, but unfortunately they don't have the firepower to make that pop happen. So I believe Xhemical X is going to be your winner here. And finally, Thoma, you and I are at a tied set for the first time today.
Yeah, we're gonna go see where game 3 it really matters, and like we said before, this is gonna be the set that determines which bracket that they're moving on to. So this is gonna be pretty much the most important match upcoming that we've seen on the entire tournament stream.
Yeah, and no pushes left, might I add. Everybody only trying to push to the right side. Really a very challenging push if everybody is alive, as was proven by both sides. However, Xhemical X just finding further success with it and down to the 29 mark as the final score at the end of the game here. So an interesting bout between these two teams, and nobody opting to push to the left side as a mystery. But nonetheless, we are at a tied set for the first time today on the stream, and we're moving into Old Reliable Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control.
As my good friend SOS Grease says, this is the most white bread map ever. Sapph, this is the map if you think of just what's a good map, what's a basic map you see in every tournament. It's solid, there's good reason we play it, and it's just a classic. Inkblot Art Academy TC is definitely one of those choices, and it's definitely the TC choice if you're gonna have to play Tower.
It's the one that I fear everyone has in their back pocket. It's the one that they refer back to if they need to. And you're right. I feel that whenever Tower Control is the choice, it seems like Inkblot is more times than not the first choice that people make when they're counter-picking Tower Control. So this is a good one to end it on. And of course, we're in a tied set, so this is also a great reason to end it on. There's a lot of reasons why this is Old Reliable, as we were saying. We've come full circle. So knowing what we know now about what both teams bring to the table, are we going to have Reef Slider here? Reef Slider, I don't think has as much value here. There's a lot of obstacles in the way, a lot of things you want to try to avoid, not a lot of straight shots. I mean, with Aiko, that is still going to be the case, however, but it seems that Aiko just has a really, really good time at just infiltrating into tighter spaces and causing a really big distraction. So maybe Reef Slider will just kind of be secondary, but I do appreciate that Xhemical X has also been running with double splatling the entire time, but they also have a bow.
I was waiting to comment on that, Sapph. I always love to see the bows come out. Tri-Stringer was my original main when Splatoon 3 came out. Unfortunately, the meta shift, you gotta kind of drop some weapons the higher up you go in comp, and unfortunately that was the case with Stringer, but it is a weapon that is still near and dear to my heart. So excited to see how it's gonna play out. Here's that Stringer does release a whale, gonna be scattering Yowza Yellowtails a little bit here as they're trying to make their first checkpoint push. And Sapph, this is just one of those ones where it can be hard for teams right here at this first checkpoint because you've got that defensive high ground just right in front of it. And if you don't clear it out, like Aiko is doing right now, it can be hard. But with Aiko just distracting and pushing everyone back, it's going to be an easy first checkpoint break for them there.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate Julie just trying to hold down the fort and take down Aiko from causing any more damage there. Yowza's Yellowtails ending their push at the 58 mark, but Bleak in a great position to follow up, but not with Prado coming in below with Julie to follow up on the Inkjet. You have to appreciate when someone utilizes Inkjet that is your re-entry tool, folks, and that was really executed well by Chemical X here, as they are now back into the mid-fight here. We're back into a scramble to try to see if we can get the tower to where we want it to be. 2 members down on Chemical X in the fight here. Yowza's Yellowtails looking to win in the team fight. However, Chemical X completely respawned back in onto their platform here, and you can see they have a lot of range tools to be utilized here, but it's causing a lot of pressure to Yowza's Yellowtails as 3 members go down, and finally the team fight with Chemical X has been won as they make their way to first checkpoint.
Now, I think the problem right now you're seeing is that you've got Yowza Yellowtails who has that Cheshire, who's really good at getting super far forward. But right now on Chemical X, unless Julie is up there forward into the base, we've got a lot of weapons that would rather kind of sit back. And we both know how important claiming those bats here is on this weapon, so if we're going to see Chemical X take a lead here and get a really good push in, I'm going to need them to start moving forward a little bit more, getting into those more aggressive positions. And especially I'm going to look at, it's probably going to be the job of Prado here on that heavy edit splat lane, who's going to pop a cooler and then try to move forward like they're doing right now, but unfortunately Aiko going to be taking them out.
Yeah, Aiko just has the power of movement on their side. You can see the bucket is trying to push them back and cause a little bit of havoc, but they're not ignoring that they're not there. You can see Julie is trying their best to cause some pressure onto Aiko, not allowing Aiko to take space or cause havoc to the Tower Rider finally being taken down there. 3 members of Yowza's Yellowtails going down, the final being Glee getting taken down. You can see the jumps keep on happening, but not making the contact that they want. And they're feeling comfortable on the tower now. Finally, the first checkpoint is popped. This is where Chemical X can really turn it around. The Wave Breaker is going to be super helpful for just trying to clear a little bit of space. And finally, the lead has been taken, even though they are at a disadvantage. They're going to try to claim as many points as they can. And that being said, 4 is going to be the lead that they take.
Yeah, and that bow getting a kill there too is really huge. That Killer Whale just came in clutch to try to shut down that paintbrush and keep this going for as long as they can. Julie here with a great jet trying to take out Aiko and is able to find it. Is going to be a good stop onto Yowza's defense if Chemical X wants to extend their lead here. You can see that they're 2 down, trying to rush in to stop this tower. Squidworm now is on there, going to be taking out that tri-stringer. 2 down on the side of Chemical X. This is going to be the opportunity for Yowza Yellowtails to get things rolling again into their favor, especially now with the full wipeout.
What is Squidworm doing? All you see is them just slashing around as wildly as they can to get themselves in a safe zone, and it just worked in their favor. I mean, look at that. Julie canceling the Reef Slider. Huge opening for Chemical X to have, but Crazy Bean getting a nice double pick. 3 members of Chemical X going down. Yowza's Yellowtails looking to turn it around here, Thoma, with only 15 seconds left. And finally, the lead has been taken by Yowza's Yellowtails. Again, they're utilizing their specials at the right moment with just seconds left to spare.
And the pick from Crazy Bean there onto that tower at the last second is going to be exactly what they need to cement this game for themselves. Taking that 2-1 set victory in the first, super pivotal game 3 here on stream today. And that is going to be securing them a place there up in that beta bracket. And wow, what a good final set for us to end off on.
Yeah, what a great ending to the group stage. Look at this. Crazy Bean ending it off with a nice Trizuka pick. Make it 2. Oh, there's an onslaught and a collapse in on the tower there. 3 members of, I believe, Chemical X going down there. Yowza's Yellowtails was at the right place in the right time to get that turnaround. Squidworm causing the opening for that with an awesome triple pick. I mean, they were just slashing violently, just whipping ink left and right, just trying to look for contact, trying to make something happen, and they did, and it allowed them to get the lead, but also a little bit more. I mean, gosh, well played again by Yowza's Yellowtails. Watch out, beta bracket, because this is the team to be looking out for. You don't want to get too cozy in your lead because they will slap back in the final seconds.
Absolutely, but that will be ending us off for our Swiss stage, and that'll be ending it off for me and Sapph on mic. But before we head off, Sapph, tell me, where can the great people here on this stream find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Saphirea. That's 2 P's, 2 A's, in just a short month. You can also find me running the streets of Austin, Texas at Low Tide City 2024. You can also find Thoma there as well, doing the same thing, and it's going to be super exciting. But Thoma, where can the good people find you at?
Absolutely. Besides, at LTC, for those of you who will be going, you can find me on Twitter at CrestofGautier or here on Twitch at twitch.tv/Thoma_. But just because the group stage is over, folks, does not mean the juniors draft is over. There's still lots of action to come as we head into our bracket phase. So stay tuned, and we're going to be back very soon with some new awesome commentators on this mic.
Pinky and
lots
Weef!
of action.
With
Yes,
Pinky and Weef!
our beloved friends. So y'all stay tuned. We've got a great rest of stream in store for you.
Sister-in-law's disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to chat. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up to us and demanded we come back to their group. She never looked at me and whined when I shut her down. She ran off home and apparently took her sister's room. duet and the rest is history. This was the first time I caught on to my sister-in-law's disturbing behavior. After the singing competition, he and I went to the cafe to talk. His middle sister, Tina, who was adopted at birth, came storming up to us and demanded we come back to her. She never looked at me and wanted to shut her down. She ran off home and took her sister's storming up to us and demanded he come back to their group. She never looked at me and whined when he shut her down. She ran off crying and apparently took her sister's room and locked them out so they couldn't stay with their friends in the building. Fast forward to when we bought a house together. We had a house warming and invited family and close friends. Tina showed up in a S-sign clubhouse. She ignored me the entire time. My boyfriend at the time. She kept my ponytails. She kissed him on the cheek, and touched his arm. He was visibly uncomfortable, so I stepped in. At first, I just thought she was rushing, but the way she was talking to me was strange. She was looking at me and I was used to say no. But now this morning, one of my friends said she thought Tina was really talking about how his mother's photos were ridiculous to back out. The most bizarre thing she told me. surprised because we hadn't seen her in years, but I was apprehensive to agree. Eventually, I did agree and hoped that she resolved whatever caused her so much distress when she was around my family. Well, it took all of 24 hours for her to start the nonsense. She texted my husband paragraphs at 3 a.m. telling him how she felt about our family. First, she went on to say how much she missed them being close and how I came in and destroyed their close relationship when I barely said 50 words to her in 9 years. She asked him if he was happy with his life because again, he used to say he never wanted kids or get married. She then asked if he thought about Alola's time and if he could meet up with him before the shower and talk alone, face to face. That was the last straw for me. I asked my husband if he knew she was in love with him and he just shrugged it off. He said he didn't doubt my theories. Apparently, when she was 11, she asked if they could try and kiss and he said no. He admits her behavior since that has always been weird and dramatic, but he didn't pay her much attention because there were many siblings and they all hung out all the time. I asked him if he could uninvite her and his new boyfriend because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wants to talk to his parents first to see what kind of state she's in, but I know he might think that she's with him.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Broken Pinky, and we're here for a surprise best of one tiebreaker match coming in. It's supposed to be two of us, but some of us are a little preoccupied, so for now you'll be chilling with me. And we have a tiebreaker match between Aesthetic Alola versus the Subway Surfers. So, you know, I got a little bit of a sneak peek into the beginning of this tournament, but I mean, it's juniors draft. It's always a fun old time. I'm looking forward to this. So we got this little tiebreaker, best of one, I believe, and then we have alpha bracket after this. So this is gonna be an interesting series, I would imagine. So yeah, we have these two teams tying in the group stages. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah, I believe they both went 2-2, and obviously we need to have the correct split in terms of who goes into which bracket, because you can't have half a team in a bracket. So we were just trying to do this, but yeah, this is in general a pretty big weekend for Splatoon. I feel like, I'm pretty sure today was Juniors Draft, as well as the Splat World Championships, as well as, I believe, whatchamacallit, the other thing that was here. But yeah, best of one on Zones Ramen here. We're seeing the double Orange Zap, very frontline heavy comp, versus, a Splooshomatic and a Trisalts Renuvo, and a Gold Nautilus on the other side. So let's get these team names highlighted here, and let's just get right on into it. Both these teams running a very aggressive loadout. Aesthetic Alola does have that cooler option, the static cooler option with the Trisalts Renuvo, which is super strong for their, aggressive team comp. Whereas Subway Surfers, is running a lot of paint here, but they are going to be going down for a little bit longer. So let's see. But right now it seems to be all in Aesthetic Alola's favor. Chumps are coming out from the Subway Surfers here, but there aren't really, in striking distance of the zone. Aesthetic Alola is doing a great job of holding the zone, but here come the Subway Surfers in, starting to aggress a little bit. And let's see if they can get some picks. They already won, going down with the Sploosh. 2 down, 3 down from Octawave's Ultra Stamp, as Subway Surfers is going to get their first control over the zone, and they're going to pop around a Super Chump. So they're trying to keep this aggression going as much as possible into the enemy spawn.
And you're not commentating alone anymore. Yeah, buddy. Me being virtual as always. Hello. Wipeout looks like Subway Surfer is going to be getting a pretty big advantage here, as they're going to be able to just keep on moving forward. They've taken the lead and continuing on from there.
Yeah, Weef is back in the building. Hammer's back on the battlefield.
Buddy.
You'll love to see it. Sword traveling in a full circle after getting a kill and an assist, doing donuts in celebration, and it's probably going to help get the team cap here, but not yet. The Sploosh is going to go down right now. Here comes ZH, finally going to help get the cap here for Aesthetic Alola. Subway Surfers has a bit of lead right now, but this big team fight is going to be crucial in seeing who is going to hold on to that lead thereafter.
and 2 specials on the board from Acidic Alola. They got that cooler going to be coming out soon, I would imagine, and so is that Brush's Zipcaster. But the Brush doesn't need the Zipcaster to, really get some frags over there as they get a wipeout after the Brush gets a double. And so now it's going to be Acidic Alola's turn to move on in further and further. This isn't, they have to go through that choke point, so maybe it's better to hold, but it looks like they are just playing their cards a little bit patient. Hammer from the side of Subway Surfer is going to come in, though, breaking things up a little bit, forcing them to move back, getting behind them, and really disrupting things, getting 2 kills even, and making way for the secure the zone. These teams are really just kind of playing ping pong with the wipeouts here.
A little bit of table tennis here, using your windshield wiper as the paddle here. Yeah, that wiper got a lot of value. That October is able to find 2 picks with their Zipcaster as well, so that could be, a huge opportunity for Acidic Alola. But Sword is actually going to get taken down by Hippo King on the side of Subway Surfers here, and Hippo King is doing a really good job of controlling the zone right now. Another Ultra Slam is being popped, and we're just seeing the hammers bring a lot of value. Wow, we just saw that hammer throw from a bird's eye view.
Perfect snipe. I've actually never seen a hammer throw from the bird's eye like that.
That was pristine. I want to hang that up on my wall.
True. It is a work of art. But now here, looks like Subway Surfer is going to get back the zone in control. They lost the lead by 1 point, which is always really, really frustrating. But with only 30 points left on the penalty, that's not the worst. But with this Brush and the hammer and everything coming back into the zone, looks like right as they go down to 20 points, looks like they're finally going to be testing 2 hammers, 2 of them.
With this sacred treasure, I summon hammer. Did the hammer get exploded on the ramen bowl on top of
that's sad. That is the opposite of the hammer snipe we saw earlier, unfortunately. Acidic Alola is back in control, going to be furthering that lead, putting the penalty back on Subway Surfers, but you're 3 down. Only that Brush left on the screen, but they do get... Ooh, is that only 1 player on the map right now? That was pretty good. But Subway Surfers does get that jump advantage. They do get the zone. Acidic Alola is going to be forced to move back into them as, Subway Surfers' entire team is basically able to jump in. Basically nothing happened there.
Some things never change. I thought I was free from Zuka, and then 3 people just die to 1 Zuka shot because time is a flat circle, and Subway Surfers is going to be using that Zuka power and that Chump power to be getting that lead from Acidic Alola. And with 1 minute left to go, they are really, really close to this knockout here, just trading bodies in the middle of the zone. Just an utter graveyard right now. 10 points to go from the lead here. It's going to be contested for now. Joker's Persona 5 is just sitting in the zone trying to get some sort of picks. It's probably going to go down to Torpedo, and it's just an utter painting battle. Sword popping the hammer, trying to find something. Ring around the Rosies, pocket full of posies, and that's going to be enough for the cap for Acidic Alola.
Yeah, 1 hammer to rule them all. That hammer ended up like that tiny little window, like a tiny little hitbox to snipe. That was pretty good. But Subway Surfers is going to be going down 2 down here. It's a set for Persona 5. Joker is here on the zone with that knock. Going to be really hard to move into, but not if you have a hammer. The hammer's going to get 1. Going to go down to the triple slash down, which means the status quo is maintained here. But as we go into overtime here, about 10 seconds left. Zuka's going to be popped. Zuka gets 2 because time is a flat circle, like Vicky said. Only 1 player left inside of Acidic Alola. Subway Surfers having a lead in control. Wipe out. That's game.
Nothing is sacred, especially it's a Zuka world, and we're just all living in it pretty much. And I think Subway Surfers is very happy to be living in that world because they are going to win the tiebreaker over Acidic Alola and are going to be getting the higher spot in bracket comparatively. So, congrats to them. I wish you the best of luck in your brackets. But Weef, if you would like to introduce yourself to the people, as we now have all of our pieces in motion, I think.
Yeah, I'm Weef. Hi, I was in a match, and don't worry about it. I'm so professional. I am always on time.
No, it's okay. You would just rather play Undertow Zones, and I think who wouldn't, honestly.
Lie. That is a fat lie. Ooh, I was not having a great time, but I have too much pride to quit a match early. Yeah. How long have we been in Zuka meta, by the way? Has anyone keep like it's been like a year, right?
I don't know if it's been that long. I don't think it's been a year. I think it's been like 8 or 9 months, I want to say.
Yeah.
It's been a hot minute.
I phoned a friend and the answer is no. God.
Because I remember Zuka meta lasted like through the summer, or not? No, it's like Inkjet meta lasted through the summer, and then they buffed Zuka probably in like September or something.
Yeah, the last of the good times. Remember when people complained about Jet meta when we were in it?
Right, that was so stupid of them. Baldwin was so cool.
Yeah. And yet, It's okay though. It's when a Splatling is the best in the meta. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the Subway Surfers. I can't watch this. I can't talk and watch this.
No, I was watching earlier and I saw heavy edit versus heavy edit, and I could feel my cold heart being healed just a little bit.
This is true. I forgot. It's like decent now, right?
It's pretty good. I think my hot take is that it's like almost kind of better than Zap in some scenarios.
Wow.
Like it has reason to be used.
Yeah, I haven't played comp in a while. I'm free basically. My soul is healing. Nature, like I have like birds, building nests in my hair and flowers growing out of my palms. Like I'm healing. I'm spiritually whole now that I'm not playing as much Splatoon. But it does mean that I have less to talk about because I have no idea where the meta is right now.
Well, what's this meta thing you speak of? We have Juniors Draft.
This is true. It is Juniors Draft. Thank God.
Yeah, thank God. Oh man. SOS was so silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been commentating still. Swimmer Sync is such a fun time every time, but my goodness, the team that won used a lot of splatter shot and a lot of pencil.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's never fun.
Yeah.
And a team that can use that, like they can all be fantastic people, but I'm still gonna be rooting on their downfall.
And the team they were going against in Grands was like heavy deco, heavy edit, ink brush. And I was like, this is so cool. Why'd they have to lose?
Yeah. Some things never change. Some things never change.
I guess.
Speaking of changing that, like the new additions to the screen, they're wonderful. It just gets better every single time.
Wait, hold on. What's the story? I saw Daddy to my daughter. What? His hot modeling photos when he did print work back in college.
God.
Hold on.
Woman of color? No.
This Minecraft parkour has me entranced right now.
Yeah, no, it's working. I am the iPad baby. I am the target audience.
No, I get so many of those videos, and every single time I'm like, they did what?
Are you in, like, do you have an iPad that you watch in public?
I mean, no, but I was an iPad kid.
Oh yeah, that explains a lot. That really does explain a lot.
I feel like most people that know me should not be surprised by that reveille.
Yeah. Anyway. God.
It looks like we have
Funky Fish versus Woomy Warriors out here.
Woomy.
Woomy.
We got some of these. We got some interesting names such as I Eat Cars 2901.
God, me too. I wonder if they do like the thing where they like, can you eat like a car like piece by piece, or do they just eat the entire thing at once?
No, you just like gnaw on a tire or something. Like I don't know.
Chew toy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Man.
When they say burn rubber, it means they cook it in the pan.
Yeah,
here we are.
If you can't tell, I'm gonna be real awkward today.
But yeah, we have top cut. I believe alpha bracket. Yeah, we have 3 brackets at this disposal, but you're only going to be looking at alpha bracket, the best of the best of this season's juniors draft. So yeah, we have a top 8 of teams here. We're going to be looking at the 3rd match on the left of your screen there, Funky Fish versus Woomy Warriors. But yeah, it's going to be it's going to be one team to rule them all, I guess. And we'll have 3 more sets to determine which team that's going to be.
Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woohoo.
Yippee!
I'm so sorry for anyone watching. You don't deserve this. The audience of Juniors Draft deserves better. Only the highest.
I forgot how good these brackets are, Mike. Or these what's it called? The layouts. Yeah, have one Blue Depot.
They are so good. I didn't know we played Bluefin. I haven't played seriously since like
Zones?
any of the new.
Oh.
We don't play Bluefin. That's entirely valid. Everyone
I mean, hey, Bluefin Zones is the funniest map in this game, so I really would love to see some Bluefin Zones.
Really? Yeah. Isn't there a gimmick to it? Is there a gimmick to it?
Zone moves. It's so funny.
It is really funny.
You cap the zone and it just goes whee!
I probably played it a grand total of 3 times.
As someone who plays Splatoon 1, I much prefer this version of Bluefin Zones.
Really? That's funny.
Even if Splatoon 1 is like quote-unquote better by a little bit, this one is so much funnier. And there needs to be more fun in this game. Because like...
It's true. Yeah, like, I think even if things are unbalanced, you can forgive them if they're silly.
That's what Splatoon 1 was. It was awesome.
Exactly. Like, that's why I wish the challenges were way more accessible, because I think they're silly. There is one going to be going on starting at 4 for any viewer interested.
Oh yeah, big curling bombs? Oh, it's so
curling bombs. After, I haven't actually played it. I played like 3 challenges ever, because every time I go, I have like 4 hours of free time ever, and like they never overlap with the times the challenges are going on. It's the worst.
Man, aren't rotating challenge windows just the best idea of all time?
Yeah, wasn't it really cool how they replaced something that you could access at any time with something that you could only access like once in a blue moon?
Yeah, you could access for 12 hours every 4 weeks. Wasn't that really awesome of them? I love Nintendo. By the way, be sure to tune into the Splat World Championships tonight at midnight Central Standard Time.
Yeah, I wanted to watch them last night, but I got sidetracked.
That's fair. I mean, you can watch them tonight if you want to stay up till 7 in the morning.
It's so true. Well, I mean, I'll wake up at 7, so maybe I can see the tail end of it.
Yeah, I mean, no, you can just take a nap, and then you can just spend the whole night watching it and just shift your
I can go to bed. I can go to bed right after we get off of this, and then wake up at midnight.
Yeah, exactly.
And then watch the entire. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
And then you get your 7 hours of sleep.
Oh yeah.
Was that Weef or was that their bird? Who's to say?
No, yeah, that was me.
Oh.
Phoenix, hi. That was her. If that went through. Anyway.
Here we go.
Funny map. Quarterfinals. Funky Fishers, Woomy Warriors. We got on the side of. Oh, it looks like we got some order weapons on this side.
I love this. We got V-Tribe, we got Order Splatling, we got Order Charger, we got Kraken Roller. We have just Funky Fish running the coolest comp of all time, and then our Vanilla Charger.
I love how when you open the map on Bluefin, you just get blinded by water. at least when the match was starting. Yo, yeah, there you go. Jeez, flashing.
Don't fall into
looks
the pool.
Looks like Funky Fish is being pretty funky here though, getting I believe that's a delayed wipe, and so coming back in, the zone is going to be moving. People are hopefully going to be falling into the water, because that would, yeah, definitely be funny. Inkjet out on the right side, that's going to be distracting the side of Funky Fish just a little bit, and the Tri-Strikes as well are going to be creating a pretty good opening, hopefully, for these guys, as they are hoping to go back in. It looks like the Tri-Slasher is contemplating dropping down, and there they go. Zone moving back to the center. Now it's moving back to the right. This is entertaining.
This is just baby sensory videos for me. I just love watching the zone just move a little bit and just be like, never mind.
Or dude goes down to the triple splash time before he could fall into the water, which is so disappointing. But once again, Funky Fish still remaining to hold on. These guys are having trouble going back in. Carbon, or like that Crackdown, is going to be trying to take out the Splatling, as they're going to be trying to create some space for the team, and they do get it. And now they're up on the platform, and now the team is really making a good thing happen.
Shout out to my goats. I eat cars. Yes, you do.
Yeah, buddy.
You eat cars and you pop Kraken and you get a knockout with 10 points left to go.
Yeah, hope is lost for Woomy Warriors here, unfortunately, as the Kraken goes in, delaying any chance of them going in. That's going to be game 1. Really decisive.
Yeah, I do want to point out, you talked a lot about people falling off the map. It seems like you have an affinity for that.
Ooh, it's because I can relate to that on a spiritual level. Something about me, if we were on Manta, I can really talk about it. Something about me is I love jumping off Manta.
Yeah. But yeah, that was just a pretty dominant 100-0 from Funky Fish, I would say. Yeah, this I eat cars kind of sealed the deal here. With the I don't know, vehicular manslaughter, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically is a car. You are what you eat, as they say.
So true.
That was really bad. I'm sorry. There's more where this come from.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that this roller eats paint? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they eat cars, because that's what they do. I mean, notably, that is.
You know what? You got me there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, hey, Funky Fish. Wait, was that Funky Fish? I think it was Funky Fish. Yeah, Funky Fish had a funky start. Funky fresh start to the set. We're gonna be moving on to map number 2, which is going to be on Clamless Museum. And if I eat cars, I'm gonna be rocking that Kraken roller. That's honestly a pretty good shout for this map mode.
Oh yeah. It gets you onto that plat pretty well, and of course, notably, you can get some cheese out there. Hopefully nobody is lactose intolerant in the audience, because you can definitely get to see some cheese here.
Oh yeah,
Maybe.
you gotta get that cheddar.
Ellie, are you regretting having us on yet?
Probably. This is the last juniors draft we will ever get to
Oh yeah,
cast.
this is
It
the
was a
last thing I'll
pleasure.
ever cast.
Yeah.
And be banned from every single event after this.
We had a good run, you know. We
Oh,
had
yeah.
a good run.
She's gonna take me out back and shoot me like a dog after this.
Yeah, we're gonna get old Yellard.
Face the wall.
Just
Too
line
many
us up in
bad
a row.
We are violating the sanctity of this juniors draft. Anyway,
We're breaking contract.
Glam Blitz on Museum.
I love Clamlet. Yippee!
We saw a Charger last time. We saw a Splatling last time. Those are probably gonna do pretty well, methinks.
Yeah, I mean, charge on this map is a little silly, and then also ink back if you just wanna, I don't know, gently nudge your teammate in the back to walk towards the basket. Then you have your back to do that, and they're protected on all sides. So let us see. It is going to be game point for the Funky Fisher. Woomy Warriors have got to win this if they want to stay in the running for the tournament winner. Without further ado, let's get right into it. Double splat,
Double
including
splatling,
a
yeah,
golden
let's go, buddy.
Nautilus. And here comes
Ooh.
the roller again with the Kraken.
Yeah, Funky Fish sticking with what worked for them last time, and sticking with that like, same exact comp. Woomy Warriors gonna be switching it up a little bit, and notably, it's Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch.
I mean, so much for the roller. I was so excited to see I8 Cars, and then I8 Cars missed the bus. So
Actually, I think they may have eaten the bus.
maybe,
I
you know what? Potentially, the passengers inside we don't know, but the bus is
Well, is a bus a car? Can we debate that real quick?
Oh
Is
my
a bus a
God,
car?
This is like
You think-
rectangles and squares.
This is true. A bus is a car, but a car is
It's not a bus.
necessarily a bus.
Yeah.
Car taxonomy. Nested hierarchies. My bird says hi again.
Yeah. The bird agrees. I think Phoenix has a very educated stance on cars and buses.
Says weekly. Can I bring her to the mic?
Absolutely.
If I brought her to the mic, she would bite my hands. She gets very, very agitated around computers. I don't know why. She just like
She's
kill.
old school.
Oh yeah. Like I can't I just have her on me because she will actually try to separate my fingers from my body, which I personally prefer to have all 5 fingers.
You can make it work with 3.
True. As long as I have a thumb and an index finger, I think I'd be fine.
I think thumb, index, middle is all I would need. Middle finger is optional, but it's fun to have.
It's true.
I mean, I guess it's fun to have all 5 of the fingers, but if I had to pick 2 to go,
Vote now in chat. Which finger would you cut off? Yeah, to get a finger cut off.
but yeah, we got a little bit of a taste on what's to come in the second map. It looks like we have some of the tactical power from the Woomy Warriors, as well as that golden Nautilus for that triple splashdown. So that's going to be pretty fun, I think.
I do like seeing a gold knot. It's a good thing to see.
I
wish
I
they
could
gave
see
it
the
inkjet.
inkjet.
I wish they
Yeah.
gave it inkjet.
Remember all those cool weapons they gave inkjet in Splatoon 2, and they were
Remember when inkjet was relevant in this game and it was fun because it's a balance special that has a lot of use and utility, but it's also very easy to counter by just pointing and clicking on it. Yeah, me too.
I just want to point out that I'm very hurt that the #1 vote for which finger you'd cut off is pinky.
Well, you said it yourself. You said you
The
wouldn't.
pain never ends. I mean, I would cut off the ring first, personally.
Well, then you can't put a ring on it.
You think I'm gonna get married? Let me be so for real.
Ooh, that's true. You do pull no bitches.
Can't even come back on that.
It's fine. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, no, you cannot claim anyway. Yeah, I don't know.
With some appendages severed, it looks like we should be hopefully quickly getting into the second game here.
You know,
I guess
feel
it is on track for me to be a broken pinky. This makes sense with the conversation.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to remove a finger, I feel like the broken one would be probably one of the best ones to remove.
Yeah. It's not really broken anymore, though.
Yeah, spiritually. Like, physically, it may
know.
not be broken. Like, spiritually, is it broken?
I mean, I don't really know the spirituality of my fingers, to be honest. I'm not really like that.
Metaphysically?
I'm not that in touch with them, to be honest. We're just kind of roommates together. You know what I mean?
And they were roommates.
And they were roommates.
Man, are you playing side order back there?
Yeah.
My girlfriend's playing side order in the background.
Hell yeah. That bitch that Weef was able to pull. Anyway, let's get right into game 2. This time with all 8 members intact.
Same comps, because them be the rules. We do also notably see an Inkjet, common Inkjet W, but
No, wait, Fishy's on the gold not wearing the Splatfest tee? I love that. What tune did they pick? Come on. Bunnies, let's go!
yeah, that's
Rise winning the Splatfest this time for sure.
We are keeping on topic here, or at least trying our damn best. As we go on, it looks like Funky Fish has pretty good momentum starting. They do have a pick down. We do see them trying to move forward. Already power climb on the board, but then one of the members goes down. It's a big old fight in mid here to see who is going to take it up, and looks like, I don't know, pretty neutral. But this triple splashdown is going to be able to help them get in a little bit. Combined with the ink back, combined with the other triple splashdown from the opposite team. Yeah, pretty big softness here.
Yo, Gumball is rolling for their life here, and they're marked by the power clam. Not gonna be able to jump out, it seems. Yeah, they're just trying to dodge and weave however possible. The edge try is gonna get the jump on them again. It's going to get the pick, but the try is gonna go down to another teammate. So, I mean, Funky Fish kind of just cycling this power clam around here. I Eat Cars is going to be holding onto it, but Funky Fish does not have a lot of map control right now. The roller is going to be rushing forward with the Kraken. Oh my god, that's a magical Kraken. Able to find a pick. But it's going to be stopped by the Splatling at least, but they're still able to find a pick onto the try.
I don't know if they're going to be able to follow up on that, really. We have one of the players up, but the Charger has moved up, which is going to make it very difficult for Woomy Warriors to exist on their own plat. It looks like the Charger is going forward, charging up, and getting the power clam broken, and then they pop that ink bat, which is going to make it really hard for them to, keep off the other players on the team. That's seeing more clams sunk into the basket. Going to be all the way down to 60, which is not a bad first push at all the way down to 56.
Wow, I Eat Cars with the roller able to find 2 picks there. I think the collateral double. So that's going to make things not too bad for Funky Fish on their respawn, and they have a pretty comfy lead, 56-100 with 3 minutes to go. But Woomy Warriors, does have a bit of a chance. They have all their, they have a few clams that are ready. They can make a power clam if they so desire. They're all coolered up, so it's going to come down to this team fight. But Zapp's going to go down early. This roller second place is going to get taken down. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I think I may see why they have disconnected earlier. But
there's some
no
curious
worry
things
not.
in this game.
We are gonna keep on carrying on until they disconnect you, and then I think it's probably just past that time. Yeah.
I mean, right now, Funky Fish is kind of turtling a little bit. Woomy Warriors just have a power clam, but they don't really have the real estate that they need to make an actual push in the enemy plat, especially with their ink chest just being exhausted. They do have a splash at the ready, and they have a good amount of clams at the ready, but that map control is not quite there quite yet. Aether's trying to make some moves over here on this right side of the map. Just trying to draw some attention from enemies.
Nice.
And it's going to find a pick onto the dualies, but it's going to get traded out again.
Yeah, it looks like Funky Fish is making some waves yet again. 2 power clams on the board, and then some mid control, as well as Starling is doing a really good job staying alive and just fishing for picks. They almost get one. Maybe a teammate can follow up on that, but it looks like that may not be in the cards as fishiness on that Spotling. Bye, Cards. Goodbye. That could be exactly what that could be exactly what Woomy Warriors needed, though, because now they're gonna be at a permanent man advantage here. It's way past the time for a replay, and I mean they already did one earlier, so yeah, that's already a thing. Fishy is gonna be taking advantage of that, though, moving right on forward, getting 2 picks, moving just up and up, but that Charger is gonna stop them right in their tracks. We'll see if they're able to hold up the rest of them as they definitely pop that back here. Good move.
Yeah, Agent 4 trying to make it do for the agency. It's going to stall the Inkjet. It's going to force another recall here. But yeah, here just comes the battalion. It's just the dualies to try and save off 4 members. And yeah, there's going to be the wipeout. 1 power clam makes it to the enemy basket. A second power clam makes it to the enemy basket. 2 clams away from this lead, and Aether is trying to grab them. Just 1 point is going to separate these 2 teams, and that is going to be the lead in the favor of Woomy Warriors. And at this point in the match, 45 seconds left. 3 players on Funky Fish's roster at the current moment. This is looking like it might be a bit of a wrap for game 2.
Yeah, definitely. Down to 30 points. They would have to pull off a pretty miracle push here. It's never worth giving up at these points, but it's also like, don't be too disappointed if you don't win in this situation. It's pretty hard to come back from. But Starling is really doing the best that they can, pushing all the way forward, all the way almost under their plat with that Ultra Stamp and beyond, looks like. And they're trying to fish for a pick. They do get one. They might get another here as they just are contesting, and then that goes out, but doesn't quite make the moves. They're alone on that plat. It's just the lone charger. We'll see if they're able to make something happen here, which they could fish it in. There they go. Wow.
Ooh. Okay, they're able to get it in, but yeah, they're just these players are just jumping in.
Yeah.
Don't really have any way to get more clams. Gumball's trying to find something, but the basket
Gumball,
is
go.
quickly going to close. Go, the amazing world of Gumball! Not quite. So, we have another game 3 scenario on our hands.
Woo! Yeah, that may have not ended well for Woomy Warriors if Funky Fish didn't have a DC there, but I don't know, now they might have some confidence on. Once you got one game on the board, I feel like I always play a little bit better, knowing that the opponent is defeatable, even if it is because they did have some technical issues, but definitely probably feeling good about themselves right now.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have a game under their belt. Woomy Warriors, gotta be happy to have at least some momentum going. But Funky Fish, I would imagine, still feeling pretty good. They were in control for a lot of that game while they had all their members up. They might be forced to look for a sub because, one of their members has a little bit of a curious internet situation, but I don't know, maybe they're going to proceed. Maybe the internet's going to magically fix itself in time with a few good swings of the hammer. So, who's to say they're going to be going to a game 3?
I fear nothing more than a laggy roller player, I will say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
I just love how attuned rollers are with their inner lag switch they have in their hearts.
I also just noticed Funky Fish's thing. What's going on with their logo? That's terrifying. That thing is gonna haunt my. I think I've seen it before. I think it's like it's like a weird Cambrian fish, weird little thing. Big fan, but it is gonna haunt my nightmares.
I mean, you've probably seen them in like textbooks and stuff. I don't know.
Probably. I do notably know a lot about weird fish.
True.
True.
Speaking of weird fish, Rainmaker.
True, that is the weirdest fish of them all. I almost like a lot of the other languages. Like I know in Spanish, I know in I think Italian and like a few other languages as well. It's like instead of Rainmaker, it's called Goldfish, which I think is a really cute name.
I mean, yeah, because there's like those golden fish
gold.
statues in Japan. That is just
It's like, and the Rainmaker is a goldfish.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And it was like, I think it was supposed to like bring about rain in like old Japanese like, culture stuff. So it's a rainmaker. It's really cool. Really neat. Anyway, this map, I'm not a big fan of it.
It's okay. I like Scorch Gorge in general more than the average person. That is the backline player in me. I got that dog in me, as they say. And I also notably have a very big bias for maps that it actually feels good to play backlines on. A lot of some of the maps in this game, or specifically Splatlinks, don't feel very good, but
Silly Weef, every map feels good to play backline on if you play Pencil.
This is true. Or Illiterate, fuck that thing. Whoops.
Whoa!
I can't. I have no filter. My bad.
Rage that E-liter, yucky, gross.
Splat Charger can stay. Splat Charger's fine. E-liter,
with the vacuum?
Like.
I don't know.
It's not great, but it's also not the most annoying thing in the world to fight.
I think I like Firefin. I always like wall chargers.
I mean, like not the the weapon, not like
okay.
Fine. It's alright.
You know what? Just get rid of the long chargers and make it so it's only Squiffer and Bamboo.
True. That's based.
That's the best reality to live in.
I'm a Squiffer believer. Anyone who plays Squiffer is people who play Squiffer generally, I feel like have good vibes.
Yeah.
It's just a weapon where it's like, I don't know. It's a cool weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I find out somebody plays Squiffer, it's like
most people who play Squiffer know that they're like better than everyone. It's not that they think they are; they know that they are.
If that thing becomes meta, it's over. Because the Squiffer players who have trained long and hard, like, it will dominate.
Yeah, I mean, remember when Squiffer became meta in Splatoon 2?
I don't know.
Oh,
I genuinely don't. My bad.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good.
You know, it's crazy how when weapons other than shooters become meta, they're usually pretty fun. It's pretty fun metas. It's really crazy how that works. Anyway, Rainmaker. Yeah.
Anyway, Rainmaker, Scorch Gourd, yippee! This map is going to be entirely focalized around the ramps to see who can make it up that ramp and to that checkpoint, and who is going to be locked out of it. And with the Funky Fish having that that ink vac on their hands, courtesy of Agent 4, that's a pretty good shot for them, I would say.
And I feel like ramming a car through there is also going to be pretty effective with that Kraken. No, I hate cars, no! My love! Please stay with us!
It's not too late.
Yeah, Funky Fish is going to pick up the Rainmaker first shot that they get. You know, that weapon is pretty powerful. You can use the stall very well. And they do get 2 picks down, which may mean that there's their chance. Are they going for the left? It looks like they're going to be trying to pick off Aki Gaming over there. And once they get them out of the way, that's a free shot to Checkpoint Town, I guess. But it looks like they may have missed the timing for that. They're going to be going around trying to get some shots. So it looks like Aether is going to get a pick on the Charger.
Whoa!
If that's even what's going on.
That is a magical inkjet. Oh my goodness, an inkjet born of hopes and dreams.
Yeah. Here.
That's gonna be a bit of a stagger on Funky Fish right now, as the Woomy Warriors are gonna grab the Rainmaker, and they're just running and gunning it, gonna get that lead and gonna get that checkpoint.
Yeah, and the pick on the Charger there is also huge. Notably, this map is pretty good for Charger, like you were saying. Car is gonna be able to go ahead and I think they were killed by Pop. They were able to get a pick though. Aki Gaming going to get behind them, but going to be threatened by the Charger, then go down to the Hammer. 2 down on the side of Woomy Wars. That may be this push over, but it just depends on how this all plays out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good bit of scuff in the first minute and a half of this game, but it looks like it's going to stabilize a little bit. Agent 4 going to grab this Rainmaker here for the Funky Fish. That is going to cut off their supply of ink vacuum for their push though, which is not amazing for, you know, this push at least, but here comes I8 Cars trying to put some pressure here on this right side by this checkpoint, and it looks like it's going to be enough for Funky Fish to get that checkpoint knocked down, which is pretty good for them. I mean, they don't have the lead quite yet, but that's at least a good start for any future pushes they're going to have.
It happened like 20 seconds ago, so it's probably out of everyone's mind, but I do want to note that I8 Cars did kill an Inkjet with their Kraken, which is, like me personally, that's the worst feeling in the world when you're in an Inkjet. But regardless, looks like Woomy Wars is going to be able to go on. Nova, once again, going to get a pick on the Charger, which is, as I said, pretty dang huge. Hammer going to be able to go out and get that insta-pop, but it is going to run out before they can do some serious damage. But there is going to be a little bit of a scuffle here as Woomy Wars is kind of struggling to move out of their ramp area and are just trying to set up the best they can for the defense that they are going to have to providing. Rainmaker back on the pedestal here. 2 down on the side of Woomy Wars, so Funky Fish may be able to move in further. We'll see.
I mean, this game's kind of on the razor's edge. You know, the lead is pretty close. Both the checkpoints are knocked down. But the thing about Scourge is that no lead is really safe until you get down into the 20s. So, yeah, we saw that player tried to go through the grates. Gumball tried to go through the grates of the Rainmaker, but Aether is going to be ready with that Tri-Slosher to get the pick. Trying to find another pick with this Inkjet, but the vacuum is going to be enough to protect the teammates. And here comes the Hammer on the side of Funky Fish. It's just a complete bloodbath in mid right now. Wow, all of Funky Fish went down except for that Charger, and Gumball's in Agent 4 is in a very compromised position right now. So another cooler is going to get dropped. Rainmaker popped for the Woomy Warriors. The 2 of them are going to go down. It's just, I mean, a bloodbath everywhere. Both these teams trying to get whatever control they can. As, you know, the lead is so incredibly close to falling here, and there it's going to go.
Yeah, that Charger is being super, super ballsy and weren't punished for it, which led to the Woomy Warriors overextending. And then, once they overextended, Funky Fish is right behind them and gained a sneaky little lead here. But as you said, it ain't over till it's over. This map is like a literal snowball. You roll down the hill and get like 2 billion points, approximately. I didn't count.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, who's counting anyway? But looks like Woomy Warriors is going to have a chance to rebound here. They are getting the pick that they need. They do have the cooler that they need. As long as they can fish out the rest of the team here. Well, I mean, that Hammer did get a nice pick and is going to kind of put him out of commission a little bit.
Every time Hammer comes out, it's just complete and utter carnage on both sides. It's kind of funny how that's like just a signal for just kill everything. But Agent 4 is going to kill everything, including that Inkjet, and it's going to be spearheading the push for the team, but it's going to be a little bit too far ahead to, you know, have any pressure over the Rainmaker right now. And now they are behind the Rainmaker as the teammates are trying to shoot it from the front, but Fishy's going to get the lead by themselves, and they're still going into the territory of 41 points and going to get a pick for good measure.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That was approximately 4 billion points. And that is, in the last 20 seconds, going to be really hard to counter, especially as Woomy Warriors are still not really out of their base. They are still popping those inkjets, still getting those specials, and the Rainmaker is in probably the most awkward spot of all time here. They are going to go down, but, like, Woomy, like, that's hard to get out of. They have to get popped, like, right now and start moving right now, but also get everyone out right now, and it's just a Charger, and they're not going to be able to do it in time. That's Woomy Warriors taking the set.
Woomy Warriors, after a very dominant game 1 from Funky Fish, are able to come back the next 2 games and are going to be able to take the set victory. Good games to Funky Fish, put up one heck of a fight, but unfortunately just wasn't in the cards today, but still a really strong effort. It is, however, going to be Woomy Warriors moving on into top 4 of Juniors Draft.
Who knows what would have happened if IE Cars didn't unfortunately disconnect in game 2, because, like, who knows if they would have had it. This is, you know, a map of, like, they just did zones really well, and then Rainmaker is so different, but Clams is, like, an entirely different game. So, I don't know, yeah, this is a set where, you know, even the smallest little thing like the disconnect could have really changed things.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, some part of you is going to be like, man, if it wasn't for the disconnect, but I mean, that's just sometimes how the game goes, so...
It's life. You don't want to deal with it, get yourself an Ethernet cable.
Ooh, yeah, fund your friends that need an Ethernet cable, and especially if that friend is me.
Heart. When I ran Gatorland, somebody brought like 10 Ethernet cables. God bless them. Love you, Marsh. But and then was like, "Hey, do you want one?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then I took one. So anyway.
That's awesome. Yeah, shout out to Marsh for that. That's a certified cool gamer move.
I also I do notably have an OLED dock, but it's okay. It was helpful regardless.
Anyway, yeah, all the little round ones are going to be done here for this junior draft. I think we should just go right into semifinals, you think?
Depends.
But he didn't pay for much.
I don't know.
And we're gonna be going to a quick break. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
Woo!
Because I think she's going to bring drama to our baby shower. He said he wanted to talk to her parents.
Still and silent, calm before the storm. Gold and diamond, jewels behind the throne. Into the night, out of the dark, take to the sky, chasing the stars. All that we said, all that we are, waiting to fly. This is the start.
Hello and welcome back to Juniors Draft after the world's shortest break. I am Weef, joined here by the wonderful Broken Vicky, and I, for one, am actually prepared this time.
Yeah, let's get right into it. So yeah, we have our 3 brackets ahead of us. This is the beta bracket, as you can see on the top left of your screen, and the gamma bracket as well. Shout outs to
Mpreg Manatees! What?
And look how we both looked there first.
Ugh.
Oh,
I mean, whatever
man.
floats your boat, man.
Shout outs
Or
to Ellie,
perhaps
she's the
whatever
goat.
floats your manatee.
Whatever impregnates your manatee.
Just shut up! Okay.
As
Anyway.
much as I wish we could we could keep track of all of our friends down here at Gamma Bracket, it is going to be Alpha Bracket sets that are going to be streamed. We are now in top 4 semifinals. It's going to be Vintage Vipers versus Bad Bames.
Yeah, a little bit of a tongue twister there. Yeah, I don't know. Woo! Semifinals.
Woo!
Make it count. Best of 5. We are going notably from best of 3 to best of 5. So that's a little change.
It's a little spooky.
I'm scared. I'm scared of commentating 5 matches.
Ooh, yeah. I mean, it's a little different this whole tournament. You know, you've had your play all threes, you had your best of 3s, but now we're best of 5. It's going to be a little bit longer. It's going to require a little bit more endurance, a little more of that gamer goodness. So
I'm
let's
just appreciating the doodles.
The doodles are so nice, dude.
They're so good.
Shout out to just the whole team. Under Pressure Staff is the GOAT. Anyway.
It's for real. Anyway.
Map 1 is going to be on Tower on Shipshape Cargo Company.
Yeah, I remember this is what talking about earlier. It's like this is when this map came out. It's like this is the best map in the game, and then we're just like it's okay, I guess.
Yeah,
it's fine.
It's just so over, and then we're so back, and then it's just so over, and then we're so back.
I will say though, this is my favorite map to take pictures on in game because the lighting is very pretty.
No, the lighting is super pretty in this map. It's so nice. Let's just look at this lighting here. We're getting to game 1. Custom jet squelcher.
Blob lover.
Ew. Wait, what?
Ooh.
Okay, hold on. Icy range blaster, I like it. Mini splatling too. Oh, I love these comps.
Not a single short range shooter in sight. Nature is healing.
I mean, there is C-Jet, so I mean,
well, that's not something you see every day. It's okay. It
not
gets a
anymore.
pass. Yeah. Oh, thank
I'm
God.
still scarred, but you know what? Except you stay.
Yeah, speaking of C-Jet though, they are going to go down to the brush here as being super aggressive, doing exactly what a brush does, and unfortunately not pinning the ground here because we are having, classic Splatoon 3 moment, but they are going to keep on forging on, doing what a brush does best, getting behind, being a little rat. I love watching brush gameplay, yeah, if you couldn't tell. Hammer again.
Hammer time! I love watching Hammer be a real special. It's such a nice breath of fresh air. Compared to that 2 months when Hammer was actually kind of decent. But Bad Bame on that first checkpoint right here, also by the crab tank, which is going to get 2 picks right here on the left side, and it's going to be trying not to die to the rain. Ooh, rain's going to get the better of them, but Bad Bame's still going to get that first checkpoint underway, even if all the members are going to go down, other than Dr. Casmi on Ink Rush. But they are going to be able to get a trade there with the roller.
But a push to 57, that's in the first minute, that's not bad. That is a really good start for them, and they are going to be able to recoup really fast, especially as they get that first pick there. Really going to put a little bit of a halter into Vintage Viper's step. The roller is going to try to move forward though, but Kasami over here still going to be trying to get behind. C-Jet a little bit out of place and gets punished for that, as once again Bad Bames is going to forward, and they did get past that checkpoint there, so they have nothing but clear skies ahead for the next few seconds until they reach that next one. But as they keep on getting the picks, Kasami's gonna find a pick, find an opportunity to try to get a flank there. Yeah, so many specials on the map. They are in a really good position.
Yeah, Bad Bames is just surging forward right now. Crab is just sitting on the tower. Blaster's poking around, being annoying. It's gonna go down, but you also have the mini on the crossfire. Dooley's trying to defend this tower. He's gonna find 2 picks and the assist onto the roller, and
10
that's gonna
points
be
left, by the way.
Yeah, 10 points left, and Navy hopping on the tower. IBDU hopping on the tower as well. Brush raining down from above, and that is a knockout push from Bad Bames in game 1.
Well, if that game is anything to go by, it looks like Bad Bames has a pretty easy time ahead of them. That was really, really impressive from them. I saw a lot of great crabs. I saw a lot of great special placement. These guys did a really, really good job, but it's certainly not over yet. As we all know, you got at least 2 more games that they have to win before they can make it all the way to grands or finals or whatever. But thumbs up.
Oh, this is a banger song.
So true. Ball.
Oh. But yeah, that was just a really textbook push from Bad Bames that whole time. Vintage Vipers, still has some chances left to take the set, but that was just a really dominant start from Bad Bames. But if the last set's anything to go off of, a strong game 1 really does not indicate how the set's going to end. So let's just get right into game 2 on Zones Ramen. Yeah,
we saw this a little bit earlier, I believe. But no problem, because this is a good map. I enjoy it. It's cool, I guess. That's all I have to say. My brain is empty. As many of you may already know by the way I'm commentating today.
Yeah, brain is just full of happiness and maybe some bird.
Mini bird.
And also fish. Weird fish.
Brain is true. Monkey also. Lately, brain is full of monkey.
I feel like brain is always full of monkey.
True.
But you have more monkey.
Dude, I worked so many monkey. I know so much about monkey now. Anyway.
Nice.
Regardless, we're going into. I'm so ready to graduate, man. Woo! We got the Tetris coming out.
ooh.
Double dualies on the side of. Isn't that Bad Games? I believe
That is Bad Games. Also with the Flingza roller, but the one with missiles, which I don't know if I would say that one's more or less cringe, but it's the one with missiles.
Hey, you don't see it every day, so it's interesting in my books. Missiles really aren't that great anymore, but it's still annoying as all hell. But IDVU over here with the Tetris is gonna be really slick, really hard to hit, but they do eventually go down. But that is gonna, give them a pretty good start. Tri-Strikes are coming out, Blobblers will be hitting the zone. That means Vintage Vipers is gonna be able to get back in, but the Tented Missile will come back out and force all these guys to move right back out of that area where they're gonna be pushing forward from. And that rush over there is gonna be taking advantage to get a sneaky little pick. 2 people down on the side of Vintage Vipers. But they're still going to try to push in, going to get a pick out of that, but I mean, Bad Games still taking down the timer.
Yeah, I wonder what IBDU stands for, because I know IBDW stands for IB doing work, but what would the U stand for? I don't know, but I guess
IB doing you.
I guess the D stands for dominate, because that is exactly what Bad Games is doing right now to the Vintage Vipers. Yeah, I mean, they just don't really have any presence in the map at all. Here comes a try in the mid, though, but they're just going to get taken down by IBDU on the Tetris. And that's the 3v2 advantage. This knockout seems almost imminent. It's just the Blobber left as the Tri-Nuvo is going to be spawning it in. Yeah, Bad Games. Looking to log this one up, say GG no re. Yeah.
Like, it's not impossible for them to come back, but it would be pretty damn hard. But I mean, that Tri-Slasher could have made a break for it, but they did get picked up just a little bit too early. 2 points on the board, and that's going to be 2-0 so far from Bad Games. So just one more until they have this set in the bag.
Yeah, wow. Bad Games, they are off to a strong start in this set. They're just looking to take the whole gosh darn thing, I think, in a full-on sweep. Did they even lose any games in the last set? I don't think they did. Oh, no, they won game 3.
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, because they are really putting on a strong showing here, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the bracket, it looks like that they went game 3 with Marble Stoda, but they're just looking to sweep right through the Vintage Vipers here in this set. Just two quick ones in their favor. But seeing as this is a best of 5 set, first team to 3 game wins is going to win. So Vintage Vipers still has some signs of life in this set. They're gonna have to make this game count if they want to stay in it. But yeah, this was just a great hold from Bad Games from start to end.
Yeah, like, you have to really, if you are Vintage Vipers, take a look at the comps that these guys are running and really quick formulate a way to stop it, because, I mean, the pure aggression that they're running, it was a brush, 2 dualies, and, like, a missile weapon. That is insane. That is so fast-paced, and they were just not able to meet that quite as well as they would need to take it home.
Yeah, but looks like we're just going to get right into game 3. It's going to be on Clam's Inkblot. Pretty classic map mode. Notable for being one of the least crack and cheesable modes, one of the least crack and cheesable Clam Blitz maps in this game. There's a certain SOS clip that got really big on Twitter. That's a great showcase of that. So
You just are tooting your own horn a little bit there, I think.
I am shocked at how big it got, I'm gonna be honest, but I am seeing an Anarchy Nova.
I love that thing. My love. Looks like these guys are gonna stick with what got them that really quick knockout last round. And Bad Games hopefully found an answer. Hopefully that, the mines, the ink jets. I love Anarchy Nova. It's such a fun little weapon.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, sorry, we're on Clay Blitz, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to get that instant knockout. They can still definitely do it, and they can still definitely put the pressure on it, but already they are showing a lot stronger of a game here than they have been.
Yeah, A-Nova is fun if you just want to play Inkjet, and you just don't really care about what goes in the middle. And also that's what Christico wants to do here, so they're just going to pop that Inkjet, just trying to get some kind of picks. Here comes Harvey Music sitting here on this this little plat here, just trying to find some sort of way to get the jump onto someone. Want to drop down, trying to find a pick. It's going to pop Crab and Panic, but it's not going to work out for them.
Yeah, Crab is not a Panic special. Well, I would say unfortunately, but thank God it's not, to be honest. But regardless, looks like a Reflector is going to go in. It's a really big battle in mid, but Vintage Vipers really is holding their own. They have the advantage in terms of clams. They have the advantage in terms of paint over here. And as long as they can just get a little coordinated push going, it looks like they are really much better in the running here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a pretty even game to start out. A lot of the clam economy, though, is in the favor of Vintage Vipers. Rocket is going to be popping the Ink Strikes here. with that Slosher. But it's going to back up just a little bit, just trying to get trying to catch this Ink Brush, which is being a little bit wild on the enemy plat.
Yeah, the brush is doing brush things over here. Gonna get one, gonna try to probably get another here, try to get that inkjet, but they, I mean, they're on their plat now. This is pretty big. They do get one down, the inkjet's down, but they're still maintaining it. Dooley is going down. Yeah, no, that looks like it might be a dead push as the last player is gonna be kind of retreating there. This could be a really good shot for Vintage Vipers to really make their first push in the set, even. And yeah, they're doing their damn best, is what I'll say.
Oh yeah, I mean, both these teams are fighting the good fight here. Rocket is still holding on to this power clam, trying to find a way into the enemy basket, but just trying to stay pretty reserved. They don't want to go down because going down in this game is pretty not great. Dying is bad, as they often say in the loading screen, but right now that just means that not a lot of progress is being made towards the enemy basket on the side of Vintage Vipers. And Bad Bames definitely trying to take advantage of this passivity by, having a lot of map control right now. They have a good amount of clams in their arsenal, so a strong push from them is liable to come out at pretty much any time.
Yeah, the defense is great from these guys. The offense leaves a little bit to be desired, especially, but, Mr. Kasami there, D. Kasami or whatever, behind there, painting up the plat, really leaving an opportunity for one of their teammates with the power clam to jump in if they feel so inclined, although they are going to be chased out, I believe, which pretty good for them, thankfully.
Oh, wait, they're fighting with the blob. Hold on. Oh, they're just going to run away. D. Cosme's just going on a ring around a Rosie, just praying that the dualies are going to jump to them with the power clam. But not quite yet. I guess the calls just aren't all there, but Harvey Music, I don't know what's supposed to be, but it's going to get the ball into the basket. Finally, score's going to come in almost 3.5 minutes into the game, and a few more clams are going to make it in, but it looks like 74 is going to be where the lead is going to stay, unless the Navy can pull a miracle here.
Yeah, looks like it's going to go down to 68-65. Not a bad push, but not a, completely immutable one by any means. Vintage Vipers, as long as they can, really find a way to get that offense up, they do still have a chance here. Looks like they're going to be trying to go, and they do get the picks, so that's going to be 2 down. They have the tri-strikes under the basket. This is looking pretty dang good for them. If they can just get these last 2 picks here, they do get the dualies, so they have 1 more pick before they really can get some.
Oh, Navy coming in clutch with the Flingza, getting a triple, just protecting that power clam. That Flingza roller is deceptively good at that close range with the horizontal flicks, and Navy taking full advantage of that, saving the game for Bad Bames here just a little bit, and making that 3-0 sweep a very lucky possibility with 1 minute left to go.
Oh, and then they get a reef slider right into the basket, paving the way for their team to go right in. Looks like Navy over here is going to try to get this Nova, and they can't do too soon. Do not get that pick, but they're still really on the back foot. And Clamlets, a push like this, it takes so long to actually get set up. If they don't save that power clam, it could be game over, because making the power clams just takes forever, and then actually getting the clams to follow up on it also notably takes forever. So they're really running on limited time here. Oh, and that's gonna be even less time. They do get a free pity, but if Harvey Music over here is gonna get 3 more clams, then it makes it that almost all the more difficult to actually get them to make the lead.
Yeah, and these close range crabs, oh my goodness, a wipeout with 10 seconds to go. Not going to be able to get the power clam into the basket. It's actually just going to be lost in paradise a little bit here, but all of Bad Bames is just chilling on the enemy plat. They have to stall 20 seconds of overtime here, and they'll have that 3-0 knockout, and they'll be into grand finals. They are so close that they can taste it here. Lurple with this Entry trying to move forward in mid, but the power claim is still a little bit far away. Lurple going to grab it, trying to save what the Ink Brush is going to do so, but it's going to go down in the corner, and with that wipeout, Bad Bames is going to take the set 3-0, move on to grands, and take a drip pick in the process.
A little mini drip pick there. Not quite all the team members, but enough. Yeah, no, that was, Bad Bames, slow start for them, but once they got their foot in this game, like, the confidence, the I don't even know how to describe it, just the fast comp, the everything just really showed. They do have also team unity, notably. Maybe that's the secret, the team emotes.
I don't know. I mean, I've been preaching that teams that emote together win together. So I'm glad to see that being put to the test here, being proven true, if you will. And yeah, I mean, Vintage Vipers, they did what they could to get this game, but it was just all Bad Bames from start to finish this whole time. Vintage Vipers didn't really get a chance to score much of anything. I think they scored like maybe a few points in that tower game, and that might have been it, honestly.
I think they got like 5 points in zones. Maybe.
I don't know, but yeah, Bad Bames, well earned well-earned victory, well-earned spot in Grand. So that is going to be one of our 2 Grand's opponents here. The other one's going to take a little bit of time to get decided. So in the meantime, I think we're going to go to a short little break. But by the time we come back, we'll be here for Grand Finals of Fresh Season Junior Draft.
知らないの思いがるかも開けたのならば全て壊すのなら黒になれ
Welcome back, everyone, to Grand Finals of the Fresh Season 2024 Juniors Draft. I am Broken Pinky, joined here by the wonderful Weef, and our top two teams of the whole gosh darn thing are decided. It is going to be Bad Bames versus Transparent Tears.
Do you want to talk about the game that we just saw, or no?
Okay. Yeah, so, we actually, us, the staff and the casters and such, got to watch Game 4 of Transparent Tears.
We had a backstage pass
versus the Woomy Warriors, and it was a hot game, to say the least.
It was exciting. A lot of back and forth. I love watching Rainmaker.
Rainmaker is very silly, so I don't know. I enjoy it. But yeah,
Sometimes.
we have our top 2 teams decided. Bad Games got a very dominant 3-1 or 3-0 over the Vintage Vipers and Transparent Tears. Got a little bit more contested, 3-1 over the Woomy Warriors. But after all the trials and tribulations, these are the last 2 teams that remain in the tournament.
Yeah, and it's all the marbles, all of the goodie bags or whatever go to the team that wins this, and it's another best of 5. And you know how Bad Games went in their last best of 5, but this might be a little bit level up on the competition because Transparent Tears has worked just as hard, has won just as many matches as they have, and so we're gonna see how this goes. But I think Bad Games is looking pretty hot going in this one, but it's anyone's game. We don't know how these 2 teams are gonna match up against each other.
I mean, I don't know. Bad Games had to wait a little bit. Transparent Tears has that momentum going, so who's to say? Anything could happen, but game 1 is going to be on Zone's Mako Mart, an absolute classic of Splatoon.
Oh yeah, vanilla ice cream, classic but not boring. Notably, it's still really delicious, still really fun to watch. I mean, I don't know who's watching ice cream, but I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, yeah, I'm excited for it. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up indeed. All of us gamers really love this map. It's just iconic.
It's nice.
It's so good.
It's good. I love it.
It is so good. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this grand finals of junior draft. We saw a bit of what Bad Games was cooking.
Oh,
in
and
that
they're
last
cooking
set.
something real spicy, something real hot, something real aggressive.
They're
Can't
cooking
quite
something
remember-
fun. Okay, they're cooking
Oh, yeah.
double dually. I love to see that. And when it's
With
not
the
double
brush?
dually, it's range blaster.
with the brush too. It's good. It's real good. I love watching brush gameplay. Brush go burr, as they say. That was
They
lame.
call-
Sorry about that.
They call it the B rush for a reason because it rushed
True.
forward.
I can't quite remember what Transparent Tears was running, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
it's-
looking more at the Rainmaker to be honest than
This
the
is
the
true.
players.
and the map. We were also looking at the map.
I've been noticing a lot of try slosh in this tournament, which
This is true.
me as an entry main for a good while was it's
It makes
nice to
your heart
see.
happy.
Makes my heart so happy, and I see all these splatlings, which I know makes you happy as well, and
Oh,
this
yeah.
still makes
And
me
dualies
happy.
as well. I've been starting to mess around with Glugas and some of the other dualies, so that also makes my heart happy. Just the less shooters there are, the more happy I am. Just like spiritually.
Yeah, I mean, Enperry dualies are also just one of my favorite weapons in this game because they're so
I've
fun.
even grown to like have peace with machine. Like I think
Wow.
I accept machine now, which is I feel like very mature of me.
I mean, hey, that's just the first step to playing range blaster, and then you're on my level.
I see IBDU
Better
in
than-
chat. IBDU, if you're hearing me, what does your name stand for?
What
Is
do
it
you-
just Ibdu, or does it have a meaning?
What do you be doing? What do you be doing? I be
We were
doing what?
debating it earlier. It's alright if you don't answer. It's alright if you're not comfortable with that. But the curiosity is killing me.
Yeah. I
Anyway.
just gotta
Fine.
know. But yeah, all the announcements are out. All the viewers are here. I would like to hope. Hopefully, we get even more, honestly, because Junior Draft is just such a fun breath of fresh air. Because this world's going on all the way in Japan, but like, who cares about people trying to win with meta stuff? We want to win with fun. We want to win with our friends.
God bless. And Junior's Draft is the friends you make along the way. I know like a lot of teams actually like stick around after Junior's Draft because it's just fun.
Yeah.
You have a lot of fun in this tournament. You have a lot of fun practicing for it and coming with goofy little team comps. It's just fun.
It's
Anyway,
just so cool.
yeah. Did you see
Yeah.
the prize for Worlds, the splash tag? That's really cool. I was talking
I
about
did
it.
not.
Yeah, no, you get a banner, like a custom banner with your team's inklings on it.
Oh wait, that's
for
so
the
cool.
grand prize. That is really cool. Unfortunately,
Yo.
we can't do it as a grassroots thing, but like imagine.
Yeah. No, wait. Imagine that'd be so cool. Wait.
It's really awesome. And then I remember somebody said, I can't wait to have 4 bowl cuts on my slash tag.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway.
a lot of
Yeah.
tournaments have a different type of banner as a prize, which I think is like it's not as exclusive, but I mean the artists in this community are awesome. I love Splatoon artists; they're always so cool. Anyway,
This community is so awesome.
peace and love on planet Earth. It's awesome until it isn't, but most of the time it's awesome.
The spaces that I
Ignore
like to
Twitter.
occupy are awesome, so therefore it's awesome.
Just don't ever
Just
go on
like-
Twitter.
Yeah, exactly. The less time you spend on Twitter, the better.
I see a lot of people in chat who have some really some really vocal opinions, a lot of cheering for both teams. Although that prediction, I think somebody put 50,000 points.
50K on
Okay.
Bad Bames.
So,
Wow,
somebody
that
put
is
25K on Bad Bames, which is
Sheesh.
dedication.
my goodness. I mean, hey, support your homies, support the game, just love each other a little
Or was
bit.
that
You know
for
what I
last
mean?
set? That might have been for last set.
Maybe, I don't know.
But anyway, I think there is a little bit of a crowd favorite, but there's cheering for both sides. The crowd goes wild, etc., etc.
Absolutely, and I can't wait for the crowd to go wild about this actual gameplay here. Zones Mako, Clams Museum, which we saw a little bit earlier, Rainmaker Undertow, which is my goat as always.
Sorry, what?
Tower
You said that.
Inkblot, another classic. Zone Tacklefish, just lots of classics in this set.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, these are like, this is a certified classic. None of them are new maps either. I mean, in terms of like maps that have been added after the fact. This is really like, I feel like we would see this in a day one tournament. Actually, no,
this
because
is like actual tournament match. Shoutouts to Under Pressure and all the staff and all the squad and Ellie for putting actual good maps in this tournament. I appreciate you.
and Bluefin.
And Scorch. But you know what? Other than Scorch, all good maps in this tournament.
People going all in. Yeah, I'm excited. These are gonna be good ones.
This is gonna be a good one.
Oh, and here we go.
Yeah. Here we go. The projector is going to come down a little bit, and we are here for finals between
Dynamo!
Bad Bames and Transparent Tears.
Oh, there. It looks like
Whoa.
Bad Bames bringing on the ink bow or what ink bow?
Yeah,
Bringing on
I
the
saw
bow.
in the chat IBDU saying that they were going to be subbing up for kipkazoo for Bad Bames, so no more IB doing you, unfortunately. But that is going to be Incline Tri-Stringer here, which definitely an interesting weapon to see, and the Dynamo on the side of Transparent Tears as well.
You know, it does bring out the cooler. It's not bad in that aspect. But Coffee over here gonna be wreaking havoc, putting caffeinating the, you know, there's a joke here somewhere. I kind of lost it, but it looks like Crab going out is gonna really contest the zone, make it a little bit harder for them to move on in. But it's still, zone is sticking down. It's 50 points left, and we're not even like, we're like 45 seconds in, and that's a wipeout. That's gonna be that's,
Wow.
Yeah, good chance for them to move in. They do have a backline, unlike unlike Transparent Teams, they do have a backline, which means that they're going to get a little bit harder to displace. But the brush is going to be coming in here as well and making it really difficult for them to move. But also, Splatoon 3 for the Nintendo Switch.
The brush goes yippee! The legend of Frags lives on, and it looks like Bad Bames is going to be getting this lead here from Transparent Tears. Just a little bit. Let's see how much they can extend it. Navy trying to stay alive is going to go down. The Inkmine is going to paint just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. And Transparent Tears going to stem the bleeding a little bit there. 43 is going to be where the lead is going to stand. Coffee, oh my god, caffeinated up. They're like a monster here, honestly. The bow is going to go down as well. It's just the flings are left.
Yeah, we'll see if we can see them charge forward like a Red Bull. Zuka gonna be coming out and really kind of cementing. The lead is just swapping back and forth. It feels like each team has been getting some really solid pushes, and then the other team pushes back. But we'll see if they're gonna be able to extend this past the lead. There they go. Bad Bames has something to look forward to, or like a lot to live up to as they are continuing going on. Missiles are gonna be going out though, which is gonna push them off the zone, and the zone is gonna go right back to Bad Bames.
Yeah, I mean, Transparent Tears able to get off a bit of a lead there to 32, but Bad Bames still absolutely in it. Trying to chip away at that penalty, but Tryhard Bob is going to come around from behind and going to get the paint on the zone here with the V shots that unfortunately made its way into this lobby. But even still, Transparent Tears trying to hold onto the zone as best as possible. Whale's going to come out from Bad Bames. Pickers are happening all across the map, but Bad Bames still kind of struggling to make it back into the zone, trying to, you know, get some kind of paint into it. I'm sure they will want to get some sort of crab or some sort of chumps to get all the paint they can, but in the meantime, Transparent Tears chipping away at that penalty.
Yeah, we saw a lot of specials going out. The crab unfortunately goes down, that's like a huge special to just waste like that. Not waste, but, you know, not have live up to fruition. And Transparent Tears, no more penalty. They are counting down once further, which is going to get all the harder for Bad Bames as they're continuing on. Looks like there's going to be a match on the stack over there that's going to lead in a trade. Weebomb going out in the zone, which is going to recap the zone right back. But luckily for Bad Bames, it did apply a pretty hefty penalty onto the other team. So buys them some time to get their things together, get some specials going. Looks like Coffee is going to be taken out by Navy over here. who does have Tantilized missiles ready, which is going to hopefully for them drive people off the zones right after they get another pick. Looks things are really picking back up for them. They have a crab on the stack. They're going to be trying to get these players, or at least stall them for as long as possible.
Wow, Harvey Music with that crab. Able to get a lot of assists there with the help of the teammates, and it's going to find a pick onto Yort as well. That's a delayed wipe on Transparent Tears, and Bad Bames is very close to getting this lead. Almost through this penalty here, and after that it's just going to be 15 more points here. Harvey Music trying to stay alive on the stacked area, trying to get whatever picks they can, but they're going to go down a little bit early. This lead is so close right here. Can they paint the zone in time? They cannot. Bad Bames still has the lead, still has some members up, but Transparent Tears fighting back with a vengeance. Coffee is looking to be like Mr. Celsius over here. Gets a pick with the hammer onto Navy as they run away, and the chumps are going to come out, but it's not enough. Coffee finds another pick here, and now it's 3 down on Bad Bames.
Yeah, the adrenaline is surging. This has been such a back and forth game so far. It's like, as soon as you think like, oh, these guys have it in the bag, just the other team comes right back forward and picks it right back up. Transparent Tears is 2 down, but they're so close to lead. But Bad Bames, are they going to be able to cap them in time, or is Transparent Tears going to be able to paint it enough to where they get the lead? And they do. 30 seconds left on the clock, and the zone is in Bad Bames' name, but it's only Debo back on the zone here. He's going to be popping the chumps for dear life, but trying to buy time for their team to get back up, but they're just kind of going in one by one and have not been able to put something together sustained. Missiles going out, gonna paint the zone pretty heavily, gonna take out probably a player or two. I believe that's a double that they got, but yeah, zone back in Bad Bames' corner. Booyah Bomb out on the zone, 10 seconds left on the clock. What are we seeing?
Looks like we're going to be seeing overtime. That is 30 seconds of penalty left, but Transparent Tears already going to be staggered. They're 2 down. Brush goes down on the side of Bad Bames, and Coffee's going to try to make a miracle happen, trying to be a rock star here in the final few seconds of the map. They're going to find 2 picks, but they're going to go down themselves, and it's just Slicey trying to dicey all nicey on the zone. They're trying to find whatever picks they can. 2 down on the side of Bad Bames. York here with the support. This zone has been neutral for so long, but it's back in Bad Bames' favor, but Transparent here trying to paint over it. 3 down on Bad Bames, and they're going to hold on to it. Take a very hotly contested game 1.
If it's anything like this, if the rest of the games are anything like this, we're going to be going to a very tense game 5, but we can't quite say that yet because zones is one game mode and the other game modes can go a lot differently. So, but that was a good one. That was so back and forth. A lot of really fun things going on. We get a little fist bump to top things off. Yeah, let's hope for more ones like this. I like that.
No, that was a great game. Very, very back and forth. I mean, about as textbook back and forth as you could possibly imagine. Just a lot of very cool stuff. Coffee just absolutely was the hero of the match. Rockstar, literally. Caffeinated up, souped up, ready to go at it. And Bad Bames put up one heck of a fight as well, but it really looks like that wiper power was very hard for them to deal with.
Yeah, just the paint that Transparent Tears was able to put out, like that Dynamo put out a lot of pressure. Like Dynamo at this level of play, like is really, really threatening because a lot of players don't quite know how to like exploit its weaknesses yet, just not quite at that level. Which like it's such a good pick here. It's the pressure, the cooler, the kill power it has. I think the Dynamo is a pretty key player on that comp there.
Yeah, I mean, all of Transparent Tears comp just really worked with itself really well. I mean, you did have the shot and the machine to kind of anchor it a little bit towards normalcy, but the Dynamo and the Wiper were really able to flex off. So, really strong game 1, but let's get right into game 2 on Clams Museum. Tryhard Bob switching right to that 96 deco for that crack and cheese option, and it looks like Bad Bames sticking with the same stuff.
Yeah, this is going to be yet another good one. We were talking about how this is like a really good one earlier, and yeah, the crack and cheese is going to be pretty interesting to see if that ends up happening. But with the aggression that both of these teams are running, I think this is going to be another one where it's going to be super back and forth. It might be hard for either of these teams to get a push, but once it happens, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit of magic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tryhard Bob already trying to set it up here. Tons of clams on the side of Transparent Tears, already up to 19. Chomps are going to be popped, as is the cooler. Harvey Music is able to find... Is that a 1-for-1 or 2-for-1? No, it's 1-for-1. Another player goes down on the bottom side of the map here. So Bad Bames already off to a pretty solid start in terms of man advantage, and the brush is already on the enemy plat. Tryhard Bob does, of course, have that crack, and should they wish you to defend.
Yeah, it's Bad Bames' core right now. Harvey Music can be pushing up, not going to have that crab like they did earlier, but still going to be able to make a little bit of damage, buy a little bit of time for their team, but Tryhard Bob's going to be able to cancel that right out. We're going to also see, a bunch of super chumps on the map from both teams. just complicating things a little bit, blocking field division, blocking shots, all that kind of stuff. But Tryhard Bob gonna be able to go up with the Kraken. Are we gonna see a jump? I think we are. Are they gonna land it? We'll see. And they quite are.
Yeah, that was really well done from Transparent Tears. That whole sequence, very well played. Slicey gonna get a few more claims in the basket, all the way down to 51 points in one fell swoop. Really well done. Transparent Tears, but Bad Bames. PGD Kazmi already trying to score another power claim, being ever evasive as always. But it's gonna have to chuck it away so as to not locate themselves and wait for Bad Bames to come back with the support here.
Yeah. After that explosive push, they do have some pretty big shoes to fill if they want to end up taking this W. But the crab on the spinner right there, that's going to be a great first step, putting a lot of pressure on. We're going to see a really good team fight there. Not quite able to get the pick. I think we're going to see this guy jump out. Oh, they do, and we do end up seeing them get that pick in the end, which does put their team a little bit of a disadvantage, but they do end up going down. Back to status quo, back to mid being hotly contested. 2v1, only one player left on Bad Bane, which does open things up for Transparent teams a little bit to get off their flat, but we'll see if that happens.
I don't know. Bad Bames has a ton of map control right now, but here comes the Kraken. Wow. Already trying to make its trek toward the other side of the net. PGD Cosby trying to stop it a little bit. Seems they're just trying to run around a little bit. Is able to get the pick on Tryhard Bob, and it's going to try to find another pick onto Coffee, the Wiper player here. Just trying to shoot up underneath him, but Coffee being ever evasive, and it's just going to chill in his corner, going to jump out to the teammate here to try and get the assist with the brush. And yeah, I mean, right now, Transparent Tears are flowing so incredibly well right now.
The tears are indeed flowing. I don't know if that joke was intentional. Hopefully it was. I have faith in you. But
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Once again, like, this is kind of a map where these teams are gonna struggle to get up on that plat, to get the hold that they need. But that cheese, if we see any more of that, like, that's gonna be pretty good.
Yeah, that's some Gouda in the works here.
Oh yeah. Oh, and speaking of the devil and he shall appear, I believe they're gonna be trying to see this. They do try to knock him off, but I think that's a jump going to be landing in. We'll see if they land it. We'll see if they're able to push something insane, or if it's going to be basically a free pity for them. Looks like they are going to be able to make it. Coffee's going to be following right up with some espresso delivered clams right to their basket. Deliver about 10 more power clams. 10 more
Yeah,
points.
you know, it's just a few more coffee beans, you know?
Yeah,
that's
beans
about
in beans in the coffee pot. Something like that. I don't know. Phoenix appreciates it.
Yeah, a little bit. Wow, Bad Bames 3 down right now. Kipkazoo is the last alive. Yeah, this set is not going in their favor right now, unfortunately. Kipkazoo is able to find a pick onto the 96, but right now, a minute left to go. Bad Bames has to get all the way down to 42 points or lower if they want to take this game.
Which is a tall order.
Yeah, it's a tall order, but they can do it. I believe in them. Brush is able to get a pick on a Coffee. That was one of the big problem players for Bad Bames, but Coffee's going to go down as well. Trading with the Wiper, it seems.
This crab could get a lot of value, but only if they end up surviving. They're going to get shredded before they can do any real damage, and they're kind of in an awkward point. Second that hit, I believe they go down to something. Yeah, they go down to a little bomb there, cheeky little bomb. And Transparent Tears has their defense on lock, it seems, and so they're going to be able to continue to hold for the last 30 or so seconds. Or if they feel so fancy, they could end up going for a push. We'll end up seeing what's happening. We're gonna see Cosby over here trying to get in, and if the team is paying attention, they could get a jump in here or there as they are fighting for dear life. It could be a huge play, but there's a jump on the other side as well. Power claim right below the basket. Are they gonna be able to get it in? And they do, and that could be game over for Bad Bames.
That wipeout, they just have to stagger their claims a little bit. As soon as overtime starts, there it goes. Transparent Tears up 2-0 in grand finals, just one game away from winning Juniors draft here. So close they can taste it.
Pretty exciting things going on. That was a lot more of a decisive game. The first one, super back and forth. This one was fairly back and forth too. Really, as long as Bad Bames isn't even able to. The nature of Clan Blitz, you have to go all the way to be able to score. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes as we move on to. I don't know what the next mode is, but I mean,
I think the next one is my goat, my number one, my ride or die, my Rainmaker Undertow. So I think but right now Transparent Tears in a very commanding position for this tournament. Bad Bames is going to have to get a reverse 3-0, and I mean this is kind of what I was talking about. Transparent Tears coming in hot right off of that previous set win. Whereas Bad Bames off to a bit of a slower start after having to wait a little bit after their set. So
I mean, if
This
it
is
wasn't
their
for
last-
the Kraken cheese, we probably wouldn't have seen nearly as much decisiveness from the side of Transparent Tears. So as we go into like Rainmaker, we may see something a little bit different. We may see Bad Bames begin to shine again with their hyper aggressive comp. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I
yeah.
don't know.
Bad Bames is gonna have to reverse sweep. It's gonna have to start here and now on Rainmaker Undertow. You have your left route, which is typically seen as safer. If you want to get like a real push started, especially after your checkpoint, you want to go left. Typically at least. And your right checkpoint is if you absolutely need your checkpoint here and now, and if you need quick points, then you go right. But typically it's a bit more advisable to go around that left side, because even though it's longer, it's a lot more protected and a lot safer, and you can get a good push to around the 20-point mark.
Both of these teams are pretty explosive, so I can see them trying to go for that right checkpoint. But if they really want to make it count, if they really want to win, like that long route, it takes longer, of course, but it's just the much better option in the long run. We'll see. We'll see what these teams decide. We'll see what they choose. We'll see how that goes. Woo, let's go. Potential match point here.
Potentially the last game of Juniors draft here. And yeah, Mini Splatling is going to be coming back here. But it looks like, Transparent Tears doesn't really want to switch it up. They have the ingredients for success. They're going back to their game 1 build with Yor on the machine as opposed to the Zap. They're going to get the early pop, though, and the brush is going to go down really early. This is already starting off pretty well for Transparent Tears. Let's see how Bad Bames can fight back.
They have wind in their sails, espresso in their espresso machine, I don't know, coffee in their cup, I guess, if we're going to keep going with the puns.
Wow.
3 players down. Like I said, they're going to go right. They're going to go for the explosive option. They don't quite make it because it is just so exposed. Just one player, just Harvey Music, was able to completely stop that push in its tracks. But we'll see if they're able to protect it even further as we go on. We are going to be going on into the zone. They're going to try to jump that, camp that jump, but go a little bit too early, so they don't end up getting any picks with that crab. Not a whole lot of value, but they do pick up that Rainmaker, and they are going to be on the route to go right. Hopefully they realize, a little bit sooner, because there's 2 players over there.
Yeah, Harvey Music running right into the machine, and that is not going to be a good look for them here. A minute down in this game already. Both teams closing in that first checkpoint, but not quite going to be able to do it. But
They do
3
get the
down on the side of
explosion.
Transparent Tears. Yeah, this might be the checkpoint.
There they go.
And that is going to be check for Bad Bames. It's going to be trigger for them if they want to get any more points beyond this point on the right side. Yeah, looks like they're going to opt to back up just a little bit here with Transparent Tears. It's a little bit behind. They didn't get that checkpoint the first time, so it's going to be harder for them to get the lead once they make it there.
The brush got a pretty good pick, and they also distracted them, allowing Harvey Music to be able to move in. They're striking a little bit here. Oh, and they do get a nice, cheeky instant explosion thing. But they don't end up picking up the Rainmaker. That's going to be no points for them, but they just keep on stalling is what they need to do here. This is not a bad position for them to be in, especially if they just keep on getting these picks. That's 3 down on their side. If they continue taking it left, we could see a nice, hardy push over here. Oh, there we go. And kipkazoo is going to take it on the left. They do have a bit of resistance, and they're going to start taking it down. 53 points, not the most impossible push for them to get past, but definitely a good start, considering they're still here as well. Still going to be able to put pressure and keep moving forward. And, as long as you're pushing forward, Transparent Tears is not going to be pushing, so it's a good spot for them to be in.
Oh,
nice.
is not able to grab the Rainmaker in time, but is going to be able to get the pick on the Rainmaker. Is going to go down before they can pop the whale, though, and yeah, it doesn't look like Bad Bames can really put much more pressure on. Zuka is going to be trading with the Mini Splatling over there, and 3 down on the side of Bad Bames. That push is going to be over, at least for now. 53 is the point, or is the last speed, but Harvey Music comes in with the kill.
Yeah, it looks like Bad Bames now has the wind in their sails, and are doing a really, really good job of just stalling this here and just incrementally moving it forward. Like, they don't need the big push anymore. They're really trying to play it safe. They don't want to overextend it and risk getting wiped out, and they're just gonna keep on pushing forward. No matter how many times they die, they're just gonna come on back in and keep getting points and keep putting pressure, because that's what they're doing right now.
That Dynamo just walked in there with a vertical flick and said, "It's time to slam jam."
Get out of here.
That was a little brutal, but Bad Bames still has good control of this Rainmaker, good control of this whole area, it feels like. Oh, but Cosby's going the wrong way, it seems, away from all their team, trying to get quick points. That was a little bit of a sabotage for Bad Bames, though, because now that Rainmaker is so far away from where Bad Bames is trying to operate, and that pretty much gives it to Transparent Tears for free.
but they are gonna still try to go left, which they could get it, and they do actually manage to slam down that left side, but who knows if we're gonna be able to continue from here. This is a pretty easy spot to defend them. There you go, 2 down instantly, as they try to push forward from that spot. Once again, illustrating why it's not the best option here. We're really gonna see kipkazoo. Oh, as I say, they're gonna have the special already in a second, but they do get picked off by the Zuka, and it looks like they may be able to pick up the Rainmaker here soon, but actually no, oh, no, yeah, they are. Like, oh, that's a lead.
That all came about because one player on Bad Bames tried to push right. Never push right on this map, always push left. You see what happens. And Transparent Tears able to make the most of it here, all the way down to 34 points. And now the roles have completely reversed. The tables have been flipped. And it looks like Bad Bames now fighting for control of their own base, for control of their own Rainmaker here. With 40 seconds left to go, this could be the entire tournament on the line here, and the Rainmaker is going to go down with 35 seconds to go.
Ink splattering all across the field. It's a bloodbath out in mid as things are getting desperate for Bad Bames. They thought they were in it. They were probably getting a little bit overconfident, and then they just kind of got wiped out, and now they're struggling to get back on their feet because they know that the tournament is over. The heat is on. When you're in this kind of situation, sometimes you're not thinking straight. Sometimes your eyes are a little bit too much on the prize, and so you can make decisions that aren't the best. But looks like they are going to continue to go on. That's really, really far up. If only Cosme can get a bunch of picks. That's our main chance here. They have to get this pop right now or the tournament is over. They're going to try it. They're going to pop the whale, but that's going to be it.
Transparent Tears and a dominant 3-0 sweep are going to take it over Bad Bames, and they are your Juniors Draft number 6 champions.
They did get the 3-0, but I wouldn't exactly call it dominant. I mean, that second game was pretty dominant. But the first one was so back and forth, went down to overtime, went down to like the last second. And then this game as well went down to like the back and forth pushes. I think both these teams played really, really well. And I think that, I mean, the title of winner is deserved for Transparent Tears, but Bad Bames definitely deserves second.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They played it phenomenally. A little bit unfortunate that, you know, IBDU couldn't play in the set because, you know, IBDU was a great form of offense for Bad Bames that we saw in the set before, but Transparent Tears is going to take full advantage of that. No tears are being spilled by them, I'm sure, just tears of joy for winning Juniors Draft here. And yeah, that was just such a good, you know, presence of mind, such a good capitalization on the enemies, on just the cards that were given to them. So Transparent Tears, a deserving winner here of Juniors Draft. Incredibly well played by them.
What a great tournament. I'm so glad I got the chance to commentate it. I always love participating in Juniors Draft as a, you know, as part of, you know, helping out. It's such a great tournament. I hope everyone had a fantastic time because I know I certainly did.
Oh yeah, I mean, Juniors Draft is always fun. Juniors Draft's an event. This is where I dress up in a suit and tie, you know?
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
so
any old tournament, I don't care. I can throw my pajamas, it'll matter. But Juniors Draft, always a fun time, always a nice breath of fresh air. We get to see, we just get to see the best of, you know, people trying their very first foray into competitive Splatoon, and the wonderful community and the world that awaits them here. But that being said, that is going to be the end of Juniors Draft. Actually, Beta Bracket is still going on. Kimchi Kingdom looking to get a win over Senate Scoops there. Chemical X are taking that third place match over Elite Four, so good job to them as well. And down in the Gamma Bracket, we already have our champion. It's going to be Vindertech